What's up, party people? What are we doing? How are we doing? Hello? Excuse me? Has something happened? Has something happened since we last spoke to each other? Reese with the resubscription for 5 freaking months. Come on, Reese. Talk to me, Reese. Main character villain arc. Reese, right? Come on. What's up, party people? How are you guys doing? What's up, Cloud? Friendly Night Meme Kid? Meme Kid's birthday tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go, Meme Kid. W birthday tomorrow. Come on, baby. What's up, Timmy? Janovic's in here. What's up, Angelini? Angelini, come on. Do I need to switch to my personal? No, I think you're good. Enjoying your freedom from the editing? I am. I don't even know what to do with myself now. I don't even know what to do with myself. Freaking, it's Tim with the resubscription for 5 months. Come on, Timmy. Come on, Timmy. You better give me a door for the next event. Listen, just for that resubscription, Tim, you can have whatever you want. I'll give you whatever you asked for. You got it. It's yours. It's all yours. You can have it. What's up, buddy? Is the YouTube chat busted? What's up, Falcon? How's everybody doing? How are we doing? Did you guys like the video? Did you think it was... Let me, first of all, what I'm going to say is we're going to watch the video back, and I'm going to kind of talk through some things because I think some people have some questions, and I'm just going to give my thoughts as we watch through it, but... because I know there will be questions and statements and discussions and all that good stuff. So that's what we're going to do for this stream. But I just wanted to talk to you guys, see what you guys are doing. See how you guys feeling. How are we feeling? You guys feel, are we famous? Are we famous yet? You know, people seem to be liking it. I hope. Some people are unhappy. Some people are unhappy. That's okay. You know, everybody has their opinion. They're entitled. You know, I could see why. I understand some opinions, you know. I get it. We'll talk through some of that, too. You know, we'll talk some through that, too. We'll spotlight some characters as well. Spotlight some characters, if I'm right. Spotlight my special big characters. By the way, I want to have another stream here in a couple weeks with some of the main characters and just kind of interview them as well. So look out for that here in a couple weeks. We'll do that in 2 or 3 weeks. Or 6 or 7. I'm sorry. All right, never mind. Falcon said, what's up, Pop Lights? I love being the villains. It was amazing. Jarko, I think we didn't see enough Ashmore getting killed by bears. What's up, Cloud? I enjoyed it, but my castle didn't even show up till day 3. That's just how it be, unfortunately. Mom, get the camera. I'm on TV. Come on, Tim. Except for she didn't get to see you jump to your death or jump in the void. Next event, I'm going to be a headliner. What's up, Vimy? Holy shit, I was in like 3 seats the whole bit. I'm sorry, Janovix. That's kind of the issue. I know there's a lot of people were like, bro, why wasn't this in there? And there's a lot of footage that I wanted to have and I just couldn't have just because it's just your boy, you know, getting cinematic shots and it's really hard to get all of that. So it's very stress inducing actually. Like if I had like other people recording, helping me record, it wouldn't be so bad, but it's all on me, you know, and I'm trying not to like move during shots. And then I'm also trying to move after people talk. That way it's not like a very still scene, which there was still some of that, but I don't know. It can be stressful, dude. It can be stressful. Background character. Let's go, Janovix. Friendly Night said, praise be to Vintage Story. Long shall reign the temporal crusaders, the empire of time and steel and gunpowder. How to unsubscribe for that season. Well, come on, Emerald, please, no. Please, I'm doing well, Friendly. I'm doing well. We need a replay mod for Vintage Story. We really do. I can't believe that we don't. It would make life so much better. Because it's one shot, one take, you know? Is that how it goes? One shot, one take? Is that what they say? You ever seen those there's a Netflix series that I watched that's like one it's all taken in one shot, which is sick. But that's how this is. You know, there ain't no takes. I guess you can always reshoot after, which there's a couple of that. But next event, you got to have at least 4 to 6 recorders. Yeah, we're definitely going to have more. What's up, Blake? I know you probably hear this a lot, and I hate to criticize this early. I already started with the criticisms. I mean, it's fair. I love the video, but I think the ending was pretty rushed. And we'll get into some of that and talk. We'll talk about some of that and like why it was that way and why I made the decisions that I did, at least, you know, we'll get into that, but I totally understand why you guys feel like that. So we'll talk through that as we go. Now, it's like the way you presented the event is okay for the YouTube normies. There isn't enough time in the day to go over every character block. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. The thing is like, thank you for the follow. Be the man 234. You did it, you mad lad. What's up, Dave? We did it. We did it. Single take. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, absolutely, Tim. I agree. People that were there are going to wish that there was always more. It's the first sim after, yeah. Yeah, and that's a good point, like Jarko said. It's the first sim, so I kind of had to, like, take the stress off my back of being like, this is my first time ever doing this, and I'm not like, I like, if you look at the end of Ish's videos, like, and look at his team, it's like a laundry list of people, and I was like, maybe I should do that, but then I was like, well, it'll be just, like, the players are in it, and then, like, producer, organizer, scripter, it's just me. So I tried not to stress about it enough, and that's why I'm not like hurting myself too hard on the criticism and stuff as well. I said I'd be down to record. I just need help fixing my recording shit for OBS. Yeah, we're gonna have some more recorders for next event for sure. So the ending was rushed because the real event had no real closure, which kind of makes for a crappy video. Artistic liberties had to be taken. Yeah. Also, you included all my aura loss moments with the flip. Here's the thing, Blake, is I thought they were so funny, and I thought it would be funny, so I had to put them in there. All my aura loss moments, that's hilarious. I think you're doing a wonderful job, not gonna lie. Thank you, Be the Man. So sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I can definitely understand, like, why people would feel like the ending was rushed, and I'll just talk you through my thought process here. Like, I'll kind of tell you kind of what I think. The only thing that I would probably go back and say I should have included, and I can see an argument for, is the 1v1 between, for those that don't know, I'll just go ahead and preface this because people will be watching this back at some point, more than likely. There was a 1v1 between Amnesia Joe and Torch, like kind of a duel for Joe's sins. And the thing with Session 8 is, like, it was so all over the place, and when I was editing the video, like, you have to understand that editing it spending so much time editing it and watching it over and over and over again, you kind of almost lose a little bit of perspective. And I felt like when I got to day 8, I felt like I had dragged it out, and I felt like if I went any further, it's gonna be really drug out. And not only on top of like just dragging it out, how I felt like, well, I just didn't have that much footage of, like, things that are important. And day 8 was so convoluted. Like, day 8 was so convoluted. Like, people were getting assassinated, but then they were reviving, and then they were faking their death. And it was like, and it didn't make any sense to me. Like, it was all, and of course there were things that made it make sense, but it was just like, to me, it was so convoluted at the end, and I already felt like the video was long. And I feel like my YouTube channel doesn't have, like, the pedigree to make a super long video and expect people to watch the entire thing. I can understand, though, that the ending feeling erupt, but I feel like that's part of me not having a bunch of footage, as well as kind of it being very all over the place. But I definitely can see the argument for, like, not for wanting to include the fight in there, the duel in there and stuff. So totally valid criticisms. But some people, dude, you don't include the things they want, and they're done with you. It's like, you're awful. You're an awful person. It's like, jeez. But yeah, what did you guys think? What feedback do you guys have? What would you like to see next, or what did you like most? We're gonna go through and watch it, and I'm gonna walk you through kind of my thought process and the things that I liked, and what I like putting in there, and what I think about while I'm editing it, so you can kind of get an idea of, like, where my headspace was, and any little tidbits that I had that may not be in there as well, The trapdoor hoplites is so funny. That scene was going to be so badass. No matter the complaints at the end of the day, I love the video. Thank you, Janovix. Thank you. I appreciate that. Day 8 is when all my footage got corrupted. Oh, man. I was having the video would have been out earlier yesterday, but, like, all of my recording, I don't know what was going on. I thought I was about to have to start all over. It was kind of insane. I'm just happy that Cornucopia got featured so much. Despite everything, we were not a background faction. You guys are like the epicenter, basically. Corn was. How did you not include my 5-hour house building montage? What is wrong with you? None of your aura moments got in, Flake. That's so funny. All my aura loss. I think subtitles in the video itself would have helped. Yeah, I can agree with that, Cloud. It was hard to keep track, yeah. And also, what would help with that too is having like name tags, and like I like the idea of being in F3 and not having the map and stuff, and it being like, it makes it more cinematic, but people cannot tell who is who, which is a hard part to get over. And I was so far in when I started kind of thinking like, oh, this is going to be scuffed because people are not going to be able to know who's who. So there are like subtitles probably need to be more important. Probably more of those little things that show who is who. Gamer tags would help a lot. I'm so sad I got busy at work the moment he started talking. Oh no, you're working right now. And you're working right now. That's tough. It was hard to keep track. Yeah. What did I miss? What did I miss? More people recording it for sure. Yeah. Drafty Bag said you should do another, with 1,000 players. I would love to, Drafty Bag. Also, sick name. I would love to, but it's just like not possible. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's just not possible. It even with the like we had 150 in total actually, and that dwindled of course as we went out. But 150 was, even 100 people was like lag. Beaver, why'd you call us the bear people? Yeah, dude. You got to own it, okay? Either you let it eat you alive or you take ownership. You own it, right? I'd like to discuss the finer points of simulating society and how that intersects with game theory. Ooh, okay. I low-key didn't think it was difficult with the framing of the cameras and stuff. Honestly, I think removing name tags in-game would be peak. It really would. Also, remember, guys, that we were going to remove coordinates and maps before we got started out. You know what I mean? There's so much area to cover. Yeah, absolutely. There's Bunny. You didn't include my 8 hours of forging armor set, preposterous, Charco says. Yeah, I should have given some credence to those that spent the entire thing just mining. I didn't include those people. I'm sorry. You guys are actually the real main characters. I'm happy I got my aura speech. Only hope you used my video mic audio so it wasn't as breaky. I really liked it, though. I don't know why I didn't, honestly. Now that I think about it, I don't know why I didn't think about that, because I did for other things. That's weird. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I should have. Well, what I did is when I think, because what I was doing up to that point is I was deleting. I was pulling. Actually, I'm not gonna say it because I don't want you guys to like start noticing when we watch it. I don't want to ruin it for you, honestly. VS would blow up at more than 200. Yeah, 2,000. Howdy, what's up, Kake? Kaki? CGR, howdy, how are you doing? What's up, Navari? Great video. Just a bummer we didn't have Coalition versus Corn fight. I know it was things. It was session 8 that I just felt like was so all over the place, and we'll talk through that, and maybe we'll go through and look at those clips after we watch the whole thing, so some of you guys can see the end. But it felt like just like so much to go through. I'd have to like explain so many things. I felt like. I appreciate how much context and insight and truths revealed through this video. If we didn't have map and chords, I actually would have been lost 24/7. People would have been in trouble. People would have been so down bad. I'd really love a militant paper style versus implementation. I own the bear people name, but it's probably considered a slur. Weirder Horse was saddened that all his fall damage deaths were not included. He died like 3 times before he got him. I have vid of it, but I didn't know what to do with it. Poor Weirder Horse just died on his own. Have you seen the world edit mod, and have you thought about doing a map similar to Earth? We are using a world edit mod, Drafty Bag, for our next one, and one of our mods is in charge of doing that. He's doing a really great job. It looks fantastic. I can't lie to y'all. It looks good, guys. It looks good. The next event's gonna be good. So we are doing that, and it's a custom map. Blake said, I learned a hard truth after the 5X's event. There are 2 types of people in the events: there are protagonists and laborers. True. Beaver, how did the sponsorship with the server host happen, and how did that affect how this event was carried out? Because there were a lot of technical and game-related issues that could use analysis. I think people, I saw this during the premiere, like some people want to think that it's on, it was on the server hosting, and I can say that only one time was, I felt like the actual server itself was kind of shitting. Everything else was like vintage story related, and the fact that I was hosting it on Windows, but it's Vintage Story related. It's not the server host. Like, people don't understand that Vintage Story is not equipped to handle that many people doing that much stuff. Like, it's just not equipped for that. So I think there's a lot of confusion around the fact that that's the case. That's why you can't have 1,000 players, because Vintage Story just can't do it. It's almost pronounced almost like cake. Okay, I got you. Cake. Okay, I got you. We're gonna stick with cake. That'd be amazing. Half my recording got corrupted. Ashword up here, people. Junk Crescent, hello. I just purchased the game and interested in joining one of these events if possible. If there will be another, there'll be another one in a few months, Junk Crescent. So come on in. Game's good. Loki, I had not a clue how to play the game, so I never had to be a laborer. And Hopline's just freaking main characters, everything, and has no issue. Zero issue. I'm such a good laborer. 80% of my POV mining away. You had some good POV. You had some good POVs. Ainge of y'all assaulting people, murdering people, murdering Jacket Attack. Ainge is a murderer. Don't let him tell you otherwise. Please learn how to. I did go from worker to war criminal, though. You did. You almost got elected, Navarre. You tried to get elected, and they just kicked you to the side like trash. How could they do that? What's up, Danger Trade? What's up, gang? Also, when the event ended, I was very skeptical about how you're going to frame it because there were so many potential antagonists coming and going before any good resolution, but I think you played it very well. Thanks, Blake. There was a lot of concern during the event, like towards the middle. People were like, nothing ever happens. And I'm like, guys, just a little bit of foreplay, okay? Just a little bit of foreplay, okay? I know everybody wants to rush to the point, okay? But we got to take our time, okay? Yay, sure. Yeah, but if you're hosting on Windows, there's got to be Linux servers weren't explored. They weren't, Bunny, because I don't know anything about Linux. So, but we're gonna move towards Linux for the next one, Bunny. So, because it is gonna be better for hosting. Apinus Rick. What's up, Rick? Civilization with only laborers versus civilization with only protagonists experiment. Nothing would get done in the protagonist one, Rick. That would be an interesting to watch. Nothing would ever, people would just constantly be bickering. We need workers, okay? We need workers. I will say I don't condone the things my team has been saying. Oh, God. Also, Beaver, why wasn't the fight for Ashmore not in? Just wondering, was a sick fight. It was a sick fight, Tim, but it was like I said, it was one of those things in day 8 where I feel like it didn't have a good ending to it because it was cool. Like, it was cool, and I do really like it, but so many things happened, and it was so kind of, I just feel like it was going to be dragged out, to be honest with you. But I do think it's worth, I can argue that it is worth telling. Like, I do think it is good and it is cool, but I felt like a lot of things didn't have a great, like, way to tie it up around that, even though, I mean, you could say that the ending was rushed as well, so people are going to feel that way. And it's not going to feel like it wasn't tied up very good. But I don't know. That's just how I felt. But I don't think that it's not video worthy. Have you thought about putting the thirst mod? I have, Cake. I actually have. And when we have like kind of a hardcore simulation event, I think we're going to move towards that and have those kind of mods. The editing with flashbacks was amazing. I loved it visually. Props to you. Thank you, H. Did you like that? That's my favorite kind of thing to do is like the flashbacks and the foreshadowing with the editing and stuff. That kind of stuff is my favorite. So I hope you guys like that. I hope y'all like that. That's my favorite kind of editing to do, honestly. I would say that most of the editing was hell. It's not hell, but going through all the footage and then thinking to yourself like, okay, this is the story, and then how am I going to get from point A to point B? You know what I mean? Like, it's so, like, difficult. It took me so much brain power. Maybe I just have a small brain, but that's just what it is. But I like, the part of editing that I like doing is, like, the moments that twists happen and stuff like that. Yeah, true, Bunny. I think predetermined negative world events that squeeze people would give the next one many interesting. We'll have some related stuff. What's up, Rex? Hi, Beef. What's up, Rex? How are you doing, brother? I'm very happy that even as a laborer, I have the opportunity to have a beautiful end by getting thrown out the border. Yeah. That video end was awesome and wholesome. Did you guys like the end? You like the end with just some guy? Did you guys like that? I thought that was hilarious with his dog barking and stuff. I was like, I hope people watch all the way to the very end to see this. That's my favorite. I love that. Beaver, what's the official prognosis on the revive? Was it impactful? Overpowered? The revive mechanic is a little bit overpowered. Um, it was a little overpowered, honestly, because you could get rezzed at full health and like be ready to go. So it was a little overpowered, but I liked it. Did you guys like the res ability that people can get revived? It's kind of crazy. Yes, the story had telling had my community grip. There we go. Oh, on the flashbacks, can you give us some editing insight as we go along stuff? Yes, absolutely, I can. I can. By the way, what do you use to stream? I use OBS. OBS. I feel like OBS can be a piece of shit sometimes, but at the same time, it can do so many things. Like it can do all the things that I want. It just sometimes is just, you just want to hurt yourself, dude. Would you want editing help next time? I'm almost done with a degree in video. Cloud. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I would. You beautiful soul. A degree in video production? I need to get with you, Cloud. You actually know what's up. I'm out here just willy-nilly, okay? I'm just doing what my mind tells me, whatever thoughts pop into my head. You know what's up, Cloud. I honestly didn't know that Colin was head of Ashmore. So I didn't know. I didn't know that, Tim. I also think that people think that I know, like I knew every single thing. Because, like, I think I should have maybe told everybody to send me a description of every, because it's so much to track and listen to that I don't know every single thing. I don't know every single thing. So I didn't know that, honestly. The res help give people hope to survive some crazy stuff. Did you guys like when Yang died and he was like, help me? No, I love that. That's my favorite. I think the resurrection mechanic should be tweaked a bit. Being able to revive people is great, but the health gain should be lower. Yeah, they should like come up and almost be dead and like slowed or something. Yeah, it def can be fun. Yeah, I'm Stardust Kara. Oh, you're Stardust Kara, Cloud. Oh my gosh. Okay, that makes so much. I mean, that doesn't make sense, but I a River Valiant, eh? W Kara. Gosh, listen, guys. We gotta have the same Discord names and we got the same YouTube names because I can't keep track. I'm gonna call you guys. I'm gonna forget that who's who, and you guys are gonna get mad at me and not you're gonna unsubscribe. Then what am I gonna do? You know, I do eventually want to make my own videos and civ events. So this will be good practice. There, heck yeah. I'll give you. I say I'll give you tips, but I'll run you through like my process, and you can do with it what you will. I've always liked telling stories. I used to do like little skit videos on my YouTube a while back. They're all gone, but maybe I'll enlist a couple. I like the revives because then it has a very limited time frame. I was reviving Selous and had like 4. By the way, on the revive, it says you have like 20 in-game minutes, but I think that's actually like seconds. I think you actually have seconds. The bear massacre was so tragic. Now, next time we know that, we should do a little notepad for those information so you can edit with it. Yeah, 100%. I started almost as soon as she was down. I really wanted to meet Yang. They seem so chill in the Discord. Yang is goated, dude. Yang is goated. What do you think about having roleplay fantasy names for the next event? That's what I want to do, Vimy, because there is a mod that lets you change your name. And I want to do that because if you have orcs and dwarves and elves and humans, you can, like Falgoth the Defiler. What is the guy's name from The Hobbit? It's something the Defiler. You can have names like that in the roleplay. So I do want that. I do want that in the next event. So we're going to try that possibly if the mods work. We do have a lot of cool mods that Graham has showed me for the next event, which for those that don't know is going to be kind of like fantasy driven with different races. So it could get spooky. Who knows? We could get ugly. Could get banned from YouTube, but we'll see. Also using one of my only clips talking about casinos, portraying me as your usual Slavic addict. Damn, that's hilarious. What's up, Unin? Good evening, people, special fellow River Valiants. No matter what race I am, I will be named Sir Reginald Duff the Fourth. Is it just like you just do a continuation? Fangorn? I don't know was that his name? Is this going to be a forum where we can be candid about the Gizzo and Rain related rule breaking shenanigans, or is it better not to beat those dead horses? We never got your thoughts on it. I mean, it's like, to me, I know it's like a big deal. I guess I don't really know how to address it, I guess, because like I think we handled it, and I don't think honestly that the rule breaks were like super absolute crazy, you know what I mean? And we dealt with it. So like I'm kind of what's done is done, honestly. I know people are upset about it. Shit happens, honestly. Like some of it is my fault, and we just have to do with it as it goes, you know. I barely met people because of my occupation. I want to be more involved in the future, but I'm not sure if I can muster up the courage. Yang is a funny dude, but also sometimes very chaotic, even more funny in my opinion. What was funny to me is the part where Yang and Kim are talking and they walk outside and Sophie is sitting there. He's like, "You like I'm gambling with you guys?" To me, that was hilarious. I love that part. People were racist for real in the fantasy one. They will, Cake. They really will. Sir Reginald Reborn is big chest Elven Warrior. Beaver, do you have plans on cracking down on metagaming? We have some stuff, but I think a combination of it will be like choosing specific players for certain things. But we have some ideas for the Discord. One day, Vintage Story can have a 2v2. Yep. Yeah, I'm happy that not to relitigate. Yeah. But it'd be interesting to know what you might do differently. There'll definitely be some things to think about, and we're going to try to do to eliminate some of that stuff. So it's definitely a learning lesson. It's almost inevitable, like stuff like that happens. It's kind of wild, but we have some learning lessons for sure. Beav, I found it funny to watch Sir Duff last season POV at the 2-hour 2-minute, just seeing your brother crash the freak out. Most of Ashmore is just silly guys, and I love it. We had a lot of good groups in there, honestly. A lot of good groups. We can go ahead and get started and start watching it. I'll get it pulled up here. And you guys feel free to ask me any questions as we go through. I was watching, I think another thing that kind of opened my eyes is that on the premiere last night, I could watch and get to experience it for the first time as everybody else was and seeing what people's opinion was. And then that kind of opened my eyes to understand why people would feel like the ending was rushed and stuff like that. Because when I edit and like editing the same thing and that much for so long, I said this to somebody, like to one of my buddies. I was like, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing in a sense. Like I feel like at certain moments you feel like you know where you're at and how the feel is and what the mood is like and what the pacing is. And then at some points it's like, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of just I hope. So Big Papa was so funny too. I love Big Papa, dude. We got to get him on an interview. He's too goated. Him and J-Max are hilarious. We got to get them on interviews for sure. I will be an old man when I play it. You guys will hear about Old Man K. There we go. Actual reaction streamer didn't even start watching the video. It's been 40 minutes. I know I can't get started. I'm too busy yapping. I'm just so excited about it. Also, just some guy, W concert. Rivervale had the best community, in my opinion, hand down. But if it wasn't Rivavalian by heart, my second choice would be the Dwarves. Yeah, my bad, Colin. Tim just informed me that you were a leader. I did not know that you were a leader, so that's on me. I did not know. I'm going to go finish the video and teach myself how to play the game. Do you have to have a server to play with friends? You don't have to have a server, Junk Crescent. And I have a tutorial video on how to go from flint to steel. You guys remember that was a meme? Flint and steel? No, nobody remembers that. Now everybody just remembers 6-7. Come on, can we get the original? Remember the Minecraft movie memes, dude? Those just died after 6-7 came about. But I have a tutorial video that you can go watch, Junk Crescent, that might be of help. What's up, Felly? We got Felly in the house. The Dwarf King was kind of unhinged and out of pocket along with J-Mix and Manel. They were very unhinged. There's Manel. Manel, we're talking bad about you. Saying you're unhinged. You're all good. Thanks, Colin. Please don't hold it against me. What's up? I'm going to swing it and see how bad I fail first. Well, but if I can't swing it, I'll look at it. Go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing, Crescent. Thanks for coming in. Shameless plug as usual. Shameless plug. Let's go, baby. W, we're just trying to help the community, you know. The Dwarves are a fun bunch. The races will be random or will be order. We're still talking about it, Cake. We're still going through it. We're still a long ways out, so there's still a lot of planning to be done. Anyone seen the 8-9 meme? Oh, God. Okay, here we go. I love that I ended up learning about Papa Wrangler just because we fought so many times. Yeah, you get to kind of know, like what, I think it's interesting for the people that are in the event to see all the other things that were going on and get more context and understanding. So let's get this show on the road. My next billing cycle is March. Is it, Reese? I don't know. I don't know if I can look at that. Let's get this show on the road. You're right. Let's stop yapping. That clip of calling him say, Daddy killed me so bad. I love that clip. That clip is hilarious. That stuff is so funny. Yeah, he said some funny stuff, dude. He said some stuff I couldn't include. It was so funny. He is hilarious, bro. He's hilarious. Let me pull this video up and we can go ahead and get started. Go ahead, get started, team. We can get the show on the road. Then I'll probably pause and talk through them as well. What's up, Lady Elaine? Welcome in. Welcome in. Tips to finding copper bits, Primivore. Just look, honestly. Some people prefer to pan. I just look. Just look and look and look, honestly. Look in basalt and shell areas makes it easier. The copper stands out. I hope my next job lets me do events. I got 6 months and I'm at 5 right now, so I got 2 free months. I have no fucking clue, Reese. Okay. I have no clue. That's interesting. All right, let me pull this up for you guys. So let's get started. Let's get started. Enough yapping. Can we do this one? Let me see. Okay, I think this is this. Okay, yes it is. All right, let me do this real quick. Sorry, guys. Oh, no. See, this is where OBS, I just start messing shit up. Now everything's messed up. God, okay. No, we're all right. We're all right. Oh, that ain't it. This should be the one.
To experiment.
Okay, there we go. All right. All right. So, I don't think I have anything to say before we get started. Man, TBH, I was kind of sad to see that you focus on the main problems. More detailed stuff about each. There's too much. There's just not enough time, honestly, Manel.
In an amazing social experiment, I took 100 players and dropped them in a randomly generated vintage story world.
Now let me know if
with
that's
no
not loud
guidelines
enough.
Or objectives. They're free to build cities, make alliances, trade for items, and
You also notice that I had to use, like, only being one person recording, I had to reuse a lot of the same clips because I didn't always have, like cinematic footage, I guess.
even start wars. With there being only one rule. If they get killed, they are dead forever.
No! No, help me, please.
Will they choose world peace or fight to the very end? It is my pleasure to present Beaver's Civilization Simulation Experiment. And remember, if you want to be a part of future events, join my Discord server and subscribe to the channel.
By the way,
It was the first.
I'm going to be pausing so much, so I apologize. The biggest thing to me when I am making a video like this is music choice. I think music choice is so critical, and I love doing it, but it takes me so long to find a song that I like. It takes me so long. You still put it together perfectly. Thank you, Be The Man. Gosh, you're making me feel
Say,
good.
if players were roaming
We had a
the
lot of people
lands
that
to
were
find
hating.
others they'd be joining up with, along with collecting some valuable resources, namely cattails, which they could use to increase their.
By the way, another thing is it's interesting to see how many people in the early game were together and don't see each other for a while, while. Because, like, this is Laser, that's Plague right there, and then I believe that's Tim. So you have two Rivervalians, and then you have Tim here in the background, who's part of Ashmore. It's like just hanging out back here. And then you see Greenwood was here at one point too. So yeah, pause away. That's why we're here. True. Hoplites, true. Yeah, true. The music section was amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Music in this was fire. Thank you. That's the biggest. Yeah, like that one song later in the vid. Just
Inventory
so guys
space
knows.
and eat the roots up.
Yeah,
Some
thank you,
individuals
guys.
were already itching to get away from the main spawn area.
Yeah, you're saying that there is land. If we went in that direction, there is land. You're not
Yes.
saying
How
land.
far?
You were.
Can you admin abuse and tell me how far?
Pretty
How
far.
many blocks?
Pretty far.
And pretty
Like, this right here, this is Taco. This is Taco, and Taco is a Black Trifecta member. I don't know what Taco's doing. This is Fern, and Fern ends up being a part of the Bastion. So
far
I
as
don't
the
know
truth
how
is,
I don't
players
know
were
how
spawned on
people
the southern continent
this
of the
happens.
world
I don't know.
with a vast ocean.
And then I guess if you want to know where they're at, I'm pretty sure they were like right here somewhere. They were in the middle of the map. Be the YouTube chat. I can't see on Twitch. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can fix that. Whoops. Sorry. Hold on. Let me see if I can add chat on screen. That way I can see. Sorry. Let me switch real quick. Vertical chat. Okay, so this is my vertical one. Sorry, y'all. Let me do 1 second. There's actually a good question, Plague. That's a good question. Let me get to it in just a second. Because I know everybody's like, why is the map tilted? Why is the map tilted? What the hell? What is wrong with you? I'll tell you guys here in just a second. Do you guys want the vertical chat, or do you guys want the horizontal one? I don't even know if that'll work, to be honest with you. I hope it does. We'll see. Let's try the other one. Oh, nope, there it is. Oh, but it's way too huge. Okay, let's just make it a lot smaller. Let's make it a lot smaller, dude. My God, it's gonna be too much. We're gonna put you guys like really, really small. Oh no, let's not do that. Let's do this. Let's have the bottom there, and then that way we're getting like, I don't want to make it too, I haven't ever done this before, so kind of crazy. It's like what big streamers do. Right? Okay, so that should be good. That seems better. That seems kind of obtrusive a little bit, but if it gets too obtrusive, you guys let me know. And also, I'm going to cut myself a little bit. I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller because we're not here for that guy, right? Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me make myself as big. Okay. All right. Stop cussing me. Holy shit, we big. Maybe use this for your chat. You're going to make me tilted vertical chat. So the thing is, let me just explain this to you guys really quickly. So people are asking me, why is the map flipped here? The map is 5 by 10, so it's 5,000 blocks wide. You do length by width. Is it length by width or width by length? We're gonna do length by width. It's 10 by 5. So the map is 10,000 blocks by 5,000 blocks. So when you export the map to like an image, if I were to take the map and I want to show it on the screen, right? And I have it. So most of the video you see throughout here, the southern continent, I'm going to use my mouse right here, is like here at the bottom. It's here at the bottom. And the reasoning for that is because if you do it to where you want to show the entire map at one time, and you want to show it up and down, it's just like, it's so long. And then if I show it this way, I can show the entire map, but I have to zoom in so far that the quality just goes so, the quality on the map is just so bad. So that's why I did that, just because I knew that I wasn't going to show Ashmore like a bunch. And most of the main conflicts are down here on the southern continent. So I know it's a little weird, but it's just kind of the way it was. Like this next one will be 5,000 by 5,000. So, you know, that'll make it easier. We won't have that issue. But yeah, that was Colin's sad face. Sorry, Colin. It's just like, it's so that was kind of the issue and the reason that we did that. So, or I say we, but
To reach the northern continent. It sounded like they were determined to reach the north, so we'll have to check on them again later. But in the meantime, it appeared that some civilizations were already forming.
We got a bunch of pit kilns going. We got people looking for food and animals. We just had a big town meeting, but this is the home of the Triumvirate right now, which is a three-branched guild.
The Triumvirate opted for a decentralized sort of governing, with 3 different guilds, each with their own appointed leader. However, at the moment they had another faction living amongst them that went by the name...
So one of the things that's not really mentioned, by the way, in here, because I don't have any footage of it, like I have 0 footage of it, is that K. Calix is a part of the Brotherhood, okay? And at one point in the entire event, K. Calix goes to Cornucopia and tries to murder Drakir. I couldn't find the footage of when it was. I just couldn't find it. And I didn't have any from K. Calix of doing it or anything like that. So that was one important thing that happened, but I didn't have any footage of it, and I didn't know what it looked like. I don't know. I think K. Calix ended up dying, but that happened. And there was no retaliation for that. He was kind of, or Korn never was like, hey, who the fuck does K. Calix belong to, and why is he trying to murder Jakir? But that's because the Brotherhood was beefing. The Brotherhood was beefing with the Black Trifecta. I can't exactly remember why, if Reese can explain it to me. I can't remember what the reasoning was, but I remember that the Brotherhood was beefing with the Black Trifecta, and when the Brotherhood joined Hilltop, they pushed Hilltop to beef with Korn because Korn had taken in Black Trifecta members. So, Reese said because Drasier is an asshole. But he said you have to stop and add your personal observations on all the introduced guilds. Okay, I'll add you want me to add like my thoughts on each one? Like how so? Why the fuck do you call them the northern and southern continents? I don't know. That's why I call them, Seth. If they're in the east or west. But if it's linked, then it's not east or west, right? Because Drasier forgot he had the footage and I'm the one who killed. Oh, you're the one who killed Navari? Okay, good deal. The server just stayed open, was like some hours. It was every Saturday, Cake, for 8 weeks for 8 hours. Beaver Drasier has the footage, but it happened because K. Calix was part of Rain's plot to pin the theft on Hilltop's iron onto Korn. The goal was to blame Jakir. Oh, okay. Okay. See, it's things like that that I don't know. Like, I have a vague understanding, but I don't exactly know. What's up with the Brotherhood anyways? I never really got exactly who that was and all, and I apparently lived with them for a while. It's just these three, Felly. It's just these three. They were the Brotherhood. I think it's from a Fallout reference. Like your overall personal thoughts on each faction. Okay, I'll give my personal thoughts on each faction as we introduce them. Okay. Sorry, this is my first time, guys. This is my first time. Yeah, the Brotherhood was literally nothing. So, this was the Triumvirate. The Triumvirate were the three, Necrobinical, the Teller, and Kenneth. And Necrobinical ends up getting replaced by Torch. And I would say that the Triumvirate, for the most part, were like very, they were like kind of on this, they were very isolated. Not in the fact that they were isolated from everybody, but like they didn't really get fucked with a lot. Like people didn't mess with the Triumvirate, and they weren't like having a lot of things happen to them like other places were. Like Korn was getting messed with, Hilltop was getting messed with, Rain was plotting shit, Rivervale was plotting shit, and then Arbor Harbor was just kind of like going around talking to people, and ended up they were like finding some things out as well. But they didn't really get messed with except for on this first day where Oddity was kind of stealing shit, and then the Triumvirate and the Brotherhood. The Triumvirate's way bigger than the Brotherhood, right? The Brotherhood is just those three people on the screen, and then the Triumvirate was like a pretty good-sized faction, but they were kind of beefing, which is weird that they were living together, but they were kind of beefing with each other on how to go about distributing resources and stuff like that. And then the anvil thing happens. Like before that, they were dealing with copper issues. Like, how are we going to deal with the copper? Like, we have this much copper. And then it's kind of an argument between Reese and Torch about what they were going to do with the copper. And then Oddity does this. So Triumvirate was like, all right, let us get the flizzy out of here. I'm over this shit, you know?
The Brotherhood, which would become a point of contention. It appeared as though it wasn't uncommon for different factions to cross
What's up, Lapis Wolf?
paths on day one, which drew a Viking settlement to an uncharted island in the north.
So the Viking settlement here is Grim, Nepenthes, and Yang, and they don't exist for very long before going into Ashmore, but they were pretty isolated, and honestly, they did pretty well for being a small faction, but they would have gotten destroyed. They would have gotten destroyed because they had so little people. But they ended up joining with the Ashmore, which is good because Ashmore had ended up losing so many people.
Northwest. It looks like you guys came
What's up, Spicy Bean?
way out here.
So me and this one guy at the very beginning, we stumbled across a massive group who, by their own definition, called them.
By the way, there is actually a clip of this. What Grim is about to say, I'll let him say it, but there's actually a clip of this, and I'll explain it.
Themselves fascist dictators, and they said, "Let's go northeast." So we decided to go northwest instead.
Well, that's
So Grim and Torch, this is like I said earlier, the thing about people just like randomly being together on day one and disappearing into separate factions and shit. Grim and Torch were running around on day one, and Big Papa had kind of already a big group. They already knew what they were going to do, and literally Grim and Torch are walking up, and they're like, yo, there's this big group. Like, what's up, guys? And the group doesn't hear them, and Big Papa literally says out loud, he's like, yeah, I think we're going to go for like a fascist dictatorship. And then Grim and Torch just turn around and leave. They don't even talk to him. They're like, all right, let me get the fuck out of there.
Don't want to be close to fascist dictators.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
By the way, Tim, one of the things about one of the reasons why you guys will see the in-game chat is I wanted to hide it, but I needed to know who would die. Like, I needed to know if people were dying because I needed to know what was going on. So that's part of the reason you see the chat. And then another reason why the perspective, you may or may not notice, but the POV, like the screen here is a little bit to the left and zoomed in because when I was recording, my recording on day one was messed up. And my camera was like here on the side above me, like where you guys are at. My camera was there. It is just me chilling. So I had to like zoom some of these clips in and move them so I wouldn't be in the way. How do you record things from your POV? Just flying around a spectator while invisible? I do plan on having more than one cameraman. And yeah, I fly around invisible basically, and I use a camera smoothing mod to kind of have some cinematic shots. And I just try to use my intuition, honestly.
These were the Vikings of Drogvar, with their leader going by the name El Grimlingo. I believe I had also crossed paths with this dictator Grimlingo spoke of, as I came across a king in the east who, like our earlier travelers, tried to sail north and were unsuccessful in doing so, and consequently had choice words for me.
We sailed for an hour and a half and found 3 islands.
This was Big Papa Wrangler, who claimed to be king of the dwarves, although their group didn't have the technology.
So I will say that the dwarves, like, I think are so underrated when it comes to architecture just because it's not above surface and visible, but they have some of the best chiseling. Like, Alindrome is the one who brought the statue at the very end to Cornucopia, and the dwarves have some of the best chiseled, like, statues and shit. It's so amazing. If Alindrome's watching this, Alindrome's talent is actually cracked. Like, the dwarven theme goes so hard here. It looks so fantastic. The dwarves were pretty isolationist for most of the event. They didn't really talk to anybody outside of wanting to raid the bandits, which is interesting. You know, that's an interesting plot point. And when we get to a point in the video, I'll speak a little bit to that. But they were isolationists for a lot of time, and they actually set themselves back. Because if you remember early in the video where you can see kind of they're on the edge and they tried to traverse the ocean as well, but it set them back that they tried to traverse the ocean and they didn't progress, but it ended up not really being a big deal. We were some solid chiselers. I have to ask, did you edit your voice or is it even your voice? Because your voice is kind of different there than here on stream. That's a good question too, Powers. I don't know what it is, but for some reason when I do the voiceovers, even when I do it for like my 100 days, I can't talk normally for some reason. Like, it doesn't feel right to do it because it almost doesn't feel professional, or like it doesn't feel appropriate just to talk naturally, which is weird. That's probably weird, and it feels weird when I do it, but I cannot help myself from not doing it. So hopefully it doesn't bug you guys too much. People might join in and be like, dude, why you're like a high-pitched squeaker or something.
To dig out their future home just yet. So they lived in the daylight like other surface
He has YouTuber voice syndrome.
dwellers.
So what, you guys are the dwarves, right?
Welcome to the dwarf village.
Oh, okay.
There's another dwarves that's like the merchant company, but yeah, I'm King Wrangler, but people call me Big Papa.
Contrary to Big Papa's group, there was another faction that did succeed in venturing about in the ocean and would start their...
Briefly, I will say this about Big Papa's group is a lot of groups did like this councilman shit and this and that and like diplomacy and democracy or whatever. All that shit out the window, dude. Dictatorships actually rule because Big Papa and like most people need to be told what to do. It makes it so much more efficient in a scenario like this. Like, the dictatorships do way, way better because Big Papa would literally tell people to like what to do and they would just go do it. And like, they were honestly pretty efficient in what they did. And I feel like that's part of the reason why, I mean, they literally mined out an entire like downstairs, I mean, I say downstairs area, but like underground fortress Because Big Papa was like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna mine it out. Like, stop fucking around, stop gawking, go mine, you know. And so like it's pretty funny that the dictatorship is negatively looked upon, but this right here, like, it did work very efficiently in their favor. I just realized this is a self-promotion. Isn't this bannable? Is this bannable? I'm gonna react YouTuber now, guys. Come on. Okay, I have to ask, why did you leave the last session day? I feel like there's 2 minutes. We'll get into that, Two Powers. We'll get into that.
Their civilization far from many others. Then there were individual
Honestly, I would not be against commissioning a replay mod. I would be totally for that.
players who had yet to join a group and were making small trades with their meager resources.
Do you have anything to trade?
That's good. I have some fire clay.
I would be absolutely over the
Plague
moon
moment.
to have that fire clay. You can have it. Yep. There's an individual behind you, by the way, just looking at there's a uncouth man with no hair.
Oh, we all know bald equals evil.
So I think what a lot of people underestimate is the fact that, because I've seen a comment about this, which is totally fair, but I do think that people don't understand. I'm not acting like a lot of it happened, but there was actually some trade that happened a little bit between some factions. And I feel like trade and cooperation happen between players a little bit more than people actually think. Like, I observed that quite a bit, I felt like, and it's not really highlighted in the video because I don't have too much, you know, people are not telling me like, oh, hey, I'm trading this with that, you know, so, but some of that did happen. Like, Cornucopia and Rain were actually trading stuff. Like, Rain provided Cornucopia with bauxite. So if the event would have went on longer, like, Corn didn't know where bauxite was, but they were getting their bauxite from Rain. So stuff like that actually kind of did happen to some degree, but it definitely wasn't to what I would say it wasn't like an insane amount or anything like that.
That is true. I do not like bald people.
I mean, hi. Hello.
I didn't hear anything.
By the way, these three end up like assaulting people later. That's which is funny. It's so innocent now, but then they end up like all being under a dictator and assaulting a town.
Our Sir Reginald Duff III here was willing to trade, but was quite...
I have to go. I am at a job, but I have to say again, but such a good edit of the video. Loved every second of it. Thank you, Two Powers. Thank you. Thanks for stopping in. Love that. I appreciate you. We'll see you later.
stingy when it came to his bees, as he aimed to have a monopoly on the bee economy.
Oh, nice. You found bees.
Yes, back away. Back away.
That's
These
awesome,
are private property. Back away from my bees. Hop away. Yes. My bee empire is not your bee empire.
Although it looks like his mic was on mute, so...
See, Blake, when I showed this the first time, or not when I showed this, but when I was watching this, you guys can't see it because I'm in the way, but Plague's mic was on mute, talking shit to Mega Slime. Well, the first time I put this in here, but I didn't realize at first that your mic was muted. I was just like, Plague is just very, very, very protective about his bees, but actually your mic was on mute. I had to change it to that because I thought that was too funny to not leave out. I was like, yes. Felly said, oh, I actually traded a lot. I didn't have the resources to make metal tools, so I traded food for tools with anyone who was willing to do so.
The individual
See, stuff like that,
Felly.
Felly. I like that. Thanks for
Back
adding
at the
that.
Triumvirate, there was trouble brewing between the two entities there, as Torch, the voice of the people, informed me that they had finally gotten a second anvil mold.
Hey, there's the anvil mold.
After the first one disappeared mysteriously. Torch noticed a player by the name of Oddity, who was a part of the Brotherhood, grabbing the new mold and trying to hide it away under some dirt.
What?
Oddity. Hi.
Hi. What?
What? Why are you?
What happened?
Drop it now.
This, along with some previous disagreements surrounding copper utilization, prompted the Triumvirate to separate and move to a more discreet location.
Oh, by the way, one thing I want to add. We have tried the coinage mod on the community server, Cake. It would be nice, but I'm just kind of worried about adding mods, honestly. But one thing I want to add. Oh, fuck, what was I going to say? I totally forgot. I had it. Oh, what I was going to add was, you guys will see that the days are, I cut one day, I mixed session 3 for those that played together. or played in the event. I actually mixed session 3 and 4 together as one whole day. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but session 3 was the day that was 4 hours long instead of 8. And you'll see, like, if you look at the Ashmore bear attack, the graphics are so shit because I'm recording it on my laptop instead of here in my normal setup because I was out of town. So that's why there's like 7 days. I think it's 7 days instead of 8. Day 8 footage still makes it into there, but we go 1 day short. Colin said you robbed us. Is the server open to join now? We have a community server, Cat, but we're gonna wipe it at January. So
away from the Brotherhood. However, this group wasn't the only to have issues surrounding copper, a pivotal resource to advancing technology.
We've been robbed of 100 copper pieces.
Oh my god. You have any idea who did it?
Yep. We have no idea. It's all speculation. Currently, there's another civilization we're in talks with that it may have been one of their members, but it could have been many because.
So I'm pretty sure at this time, the people that he's talking about so the people who stole, like Tim said there. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily true. Hilltop got stolen from a fuck ton because Grimlingo, the leading of the Vikings, actually stole some shit from Hilltop. But Black Trifecta was also living with Hilltop, and they stole 100 copper pieces. The big guy stole 100 copper pieces from. So they were like constantly getting stolen from. What's up, Picky Business? And they were constantly getting stolen from, but they had, to me, Hilltop, what sucks about Hilltop, this is the tragedy about Hilltop, is at the midpoint of the video, they have the possibility to have the best story arc. They could have had the best possibility for the beginning of the story arc because they could have, all right, let's figure out who the fuck, like how this is happening, who is doing this to us, and then find the traces of who they're organizing with, and let's go fucking kill them. But, and that would have been so sick. Or even the fact if they would have, I guess, I don't want them to go around and murdering Rampage, but, you know, for them to, that would have been kind of interesting to have a fallout and see how that happens when you mess with a group and a society too much. Then it destabilizes, and then chaos ensues among others. So, and they didn't like try to reach out to any other factions to help them as well, to be like, hey, can you help us and like give us stuff? So it was really a shame that a lot of them kind of quit mid-event because they had the possibility to be the best, most interesting story of the entire thing. So they should have just fucking put a lock on their shit. I think they had some stuff locked. But what's up, James China? That's actually incorrect. I think they allied with the Triumvirate. They did ally with the Triumvirate, but they didn't we need a full resource. Like, we need resources, not just like we're allied with you. Like, we need resources. And there's almost a potential there, if you think about it, to have almost a loan and debt type of payment, you know? Because you could be like, hey, we need resources right now to get us on our feet. We'll repay you in so, you know? So stuff like that.
We've had so many people going through our nation. Yes, we've tightened up security a lot more. We've consolidated all important resources to 1 or 2 people, and we're making sure that.
But if they could have gotten their shit together, they would have been the most powerful faction on the server, like bar none, dude. They were just very they just didn't secure their stuff, and it ruined them. Love the video, by the way. Keep it up and have a good day. Thank you, James China. Thanks for popping in. Thank you. I appreciate that.
This will never happen again.
This player's name was Matillion, who was one of 2 leaders of the Hilltop Coalition, with the other leader being Gorg the Red. Hilltop was the most powerful faction on the server at the time in terms of sheer manpower and technologically advanced all the way to bronze. Their settlement perched in a defensible position with water defending their rear, making it a difficult place to invade. And the leaders made no bones of just how powerful they were.
You guys know where
we have bronze already.
No way.
Bronze already, just letting you know. Imagine I rock up with bronze Lemelar at this stage in the game.
Walk up with
if I had killing items, I think I could probably hit a civilization.
It's interesting that they say that, you know, because it really is true. It really is true. Like, look how many people is here. I actually think these are some foreigners, though. But it is true when they say that. But like, it's just the fact that they don't secure all their shit.
Not only did they have the numbers and the technology, but they also had a class advantage. Among the many classes, Blackguard was a choice that gives the player an entire 30% increase in damage. And Hilltop had a majority population of Blackguards. However, this did come with a plus 30% hunger rate as well. While snooping around Hilltop,
Which, by the way, I don't think that people are gonna. This is not in the video because I don't have any footage of it, and I don't know when it happened, but I just know of it. That's kind of an important piece that is not really going to be talked about, but Hilltop Rain
Blackguards.
ruined.
However, this did come with a plus 30% hunger.
Rain destroyed some of Hilltop's crops, and this is not like. This is no freaking Minecraft, Chad. This ain't fucking Minecraft. Come on now. No, it's not like Minecraft, you know, where like you can either go out and get meat, which is fairly easily to get, or you can grow your crops, which grow decently fast, or, you know, you can use bone meal on it, for example. If you get your crops destroyed in this, like, it's going to take a little bit of time. So the hunger rate is kind of important. Like, it is important. And their crops got destroyed, like, once or twice. So that is an important point to note. Like, they were having a hunger issue. How long did it take you to record this video? Looks like a lot of work. I think it was 64 hours of total session time, Spicy Bean, so it was a lot.
Hunger rate as well. While snooping around Hilltop, I did notice an individual of interest talking to Matillion, who I had seen visiting other world leaders as well, so I decided to stop them to discover what they were up to.
Hello.
Hello, Burble. I was curious about what your role is.
I am a traveling scribe. I have visited
our main character, chat.
I am
Mumbles.
gathering as much information as I can get.
Speaking of Bastion, the Bastion was in there, Fern. The Bastion was in there. When's the next event? It's in a few months. B. It's in a few months. If you get in the Discord, we make announcements and such in there. To keep up to date, there will be a lot of stuff in there. So if you want to stay up to date on that. What's funny, why I say Mumbles is because we were talking to Greenwood. It was in one of our previous streams, and we were talking, and Greenwood is part of the Bastion, one of the leaders of the Bastion. And he was keeping like a kind of a notebook full of, it was like a journal. And in there, instead of saying Murmel, he had Murmel's name as Mumbles, which is hilarious. So we pulled that up and pulled that up on stream. It was funny to discover that.
Like politics and stuff. And I've also, I
do love your house, Fern. That is true.
My goal is to earn the trust of everyone and just to get as much information and decide what I will do with that information. From what I've gathered, there are only 2 evil groups on the server, like the bandits up south, and I've heard rumors of a fascist dictatorship up north. Yeah.
See, there was a lie. There was like kind of a rumor somehow that got spread about a dictatorship being up north on the northern continent, and that was not true. Nobody was ever up north, like ever, except for the people who went to look for bauxite.
I also try to find the bandits right now. I'll try to establish communication.
Yeah,
with
I
them.
agree with you, Tim.
Murmel ultimately identified with the truth branch of the Triumvirate, but the bandits of which our wandering scribe spoke about was a group of 4 players in a small hideout on the south side of the map, led by an individual named Super Obama. Super Obama's group had already discovered a vein of bountiful iron ore, which put them far ahead of any other civilization on the server, and they planned on using this advantage over other groups.
By the way, I was trying to figure out, I was asking Super Obama, I was like, what is your guys' fucking group name? Like, what are you guys called? And they didn't really have a name, which is persistent throughout the video for a little bit of time. But what originally actually Super Obama told me that their group's name was the Church of Fish. I'm pretty sure he just made that shit up. But he originally told me that their name was the Church of Fish. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what? So, remember the personal thoughts. So my personal thoughts about Rain, I would say, is they had so there was Zombiezilla, Germa, Super Obama, Testiculus, and Reese joined later, and then Big Guy tried to join, but they kick him out as well. Or just they kicked the Big Guy out. They didn't really want him. And so they had 4 up to 5 members in total, and they actually, like, they progressed so fast because they found this bountiful iron ore, which I looked at and it was just absolutely insane. But they do so much. They do so much conniving, and me personally, I don't understand how people were trusting Super Obama. I don't know if Super Obama's in here, but I would not trust Super Obama. Of course, I get to see it through the lens of like, you know, I get to see it through a certain lens, but I would not have trusted Jarma or Super Obama. My bullshit detector would have been on, fellas. No. But I think, like, Jarma was poisoning a lot of people. It doesn't get covered because, once again, I don't have a lot of footage of it, and I don't have any footage of it, actually, except for the jacket attack. And I don't know when they happened either. I just know they happened. And he was poisoning a lot of people, and then Super Obama was going around and talking to a lot of people, and nobody was ever like it seemed like a lot of people were sketchy of him, but they never were really like, hey, we need to go raid these guys. But they did a lot of conniving. They did a lot of conniving stuff. It was interesting. I will say, like, I know a lot of people will probably hate on him, but a lot of the story is really pushed by the Kingdom of Rain. Like, they were kind of, if the Kingdom of Rain didn't exist and they were replaced with somebody who was similar to other groups, the story would have been, I'm not saying the story wouldn't have been as good, but like the story would have been much different. There wouldn't have been as much build-up because not a whole lot was going on, except for these guys were conniving a lot. Like, there was a lot of small matters and stuff like that, but these guys were actually doing shit.
Hopefully people don't get too mad when we kind of rob them. But...
They might, just a little bit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We'll be in full iron plate mail, so won't be really wise of them to say no.
By the way, also, it seems like that Super Obama wanted to go around and rob people and like go and steal shit, but the rest of his group kind of wasn't on board with doing that in the beginning. And he didn't actually go and they didn't go rob anybody the next day. So I wonder what happened to that. I don't really know. All right, we'll see you later, Kate.
In the Triumvirate
Appreciate you.
Their move as they and the Brotherhood
Have a good night.
who got to take molds, papyrus, and other general materials.
By the way, you see somebody over here doing the gritty, dude.
Take molds.
Who is that doing the gritty? Chad, he's doing the gritty. Come on, you're doing the gritty. You know what I mean?
And other general materials. The Triumvirate boated across Valley Lake to found Arbor Harbor, which gave them access.
What's up, Tiara? Good to see you, Tiara.
To the vast sea, but still within close distance of both the Dwarves and the Hilltop Coalition.
Reese said Audie and me were grittying everywhere. Doing the gritty.
Whoa, I see y'all have migrated.
Quick, take him hostage.
Whoa, please no. How is the move going?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. We've got plans.
Our outfits do stand out.
Hide the smithy. We're gonna put it in that mountain right there. Because that seems to be the most
I will say this about Triumvirate. Their town was like a very unique design. Very cool design to see. It's like not medieval. I don't even really know what you explain it. I almost want to say like it gives me like a Japanese type of vibe, you know, like a samurai type shit, but it also isn't really that.
Thing that we have will be arming ourselves and others. And then they're going to put a windmill in the mountain.
Hey, WTR.
And hammer it straight down through.
They also informed me a member by the name of Wisme flattened out the entire area for Arbor Harbor with only flint shovels.
They are our MVP, and we love them, and they will be getting probably some of the first copper jewels, because they have earned it.
Now, on the flip side, the Brotherhood ended up leaving the shared area and actually assimilating into the Hilltop Coalition,
it looks like there's a lot of squires right there. The squire outfits do stand out so much. Yeah, like squire, blackguard. That may be a hunter. It looks like a hunter, a healer. I don't know, a commoner. This is a carpenter.
The Hilltop Coalition bolstering their numbers even further.
I don't know if it would have been just some guy. This is interesting about Hilltop. Like I like their town design and layout that they had going on. They honestly had a compared to, like, if you look at Cornucopia, like, they have the big wall, but obviously they have that weak spot that you can't see where people are coming up, you know? And Hilltop is actually a pretty decent strategic position because of all this water. You could see boats coming, you know, if you had somebody on lookout. But like in Cornucopia, you have those walls and you have those hills that build up to it. So they can't see over. I guess they could see over the walls, but they didn't always have somebody patrolling them. So they kind of have, honestly, a decent position.
Civilization that was taking in new members. Another faction located to the west of Hilltop by the name of Cornucopia, which was a thriving settlement that had periodical elections to elect 3 council members at a time.
It's interesting that they had the periodic elections, but the mainstays, at least the 2 mainstays, were Maple and Yuki. Yuki and Maple were like always council members, I felt like.
Would guide them. They had taken in 3 new individuals from a smaller...
So that's Big Guy. So what's crazy to me is this is day 2, and Cornucopia takes in Big Guy, and Big Guy immediately gets elected to be a leader. And Maple as well, because Maple wasn't a part of the original Cornucopia that got together. Bunny kind of founded Cornucopia, and Maple joined in, and Big Guy joined in, and they immediately got selected to be leaders.
Broken up group called the Black Trifecta.
Taco_, you're invited. Welcome to Cornucopia.
This is important because Necrobinacle, head of the Truth Branch, came to the leaders of Hilltop and informed them of information they had gathered on Black Trifecta being culprits of multiple thefts, including the 100 copper bits that had been stolen earlier.
I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm pretty sure you know how I feel about this.
Oh, I know very well about how you feel about this. Personally, I think that we should definitely pursue this endeavor. This is vitally important to our integrity as a civilization. This is something we should
Cornfall did have
With the knowledge that Cornucopia had taken in Black Trifecta members, specifically a player named Drakir, who they identified as a possible leader of Black Trifecta.
So yeah, Reese and the Brotherhood did not like Drakir, and that fueled a lot of this endeavor going towards Hilltop, and Cornucopia, and you'll see here in a second that Oddity is like talking and leading kind of, and he was a part of the Brotherhood, and you can see kind of some of the friction.
Trifecta. Hilltop was unwilling to let this thievery slide, so they donned what
There's
armor
Reese.
they had and formed a small war party to venture to Cornucopia.
This is not a kill mission. We are capturing every single one of them, and we are going to do it whether by force or peacefully. I think we're going to walk in, and we're going to be very direct. We're going to be very upfront with them. We're the Hilltop Coalition. We do not need to hide our intentions.
Arms today, we fight not for the glory of war, but to sustain ourselves.
I did, Reese.
Today, we fight because we have to. Because if we do not fight today, we may not have a tomorrow.
W Oddity speech, but what's funny is right after that, everybody in that circle was like, bro, it's really not that deep. They're like, bro, they said, I don't think that speech is necessary for what we're about to do. So that was the funny part of it.
Before the coalition had reached Cornucopia, the wandering scribe Murmulgrum
What's up, JD?
had finally made it to the bandits' hideout to inquire about their side of the story, as rumors were arising that they were planning to raid settlements throughout the land.
Now I am currently searching for the bandits, which I was told were run by Super Obama.
I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I tried to have a little bit of that Skyrim gust cold vibe, but I didn't really work out great, I felt like.
Us with another group because...
By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed this. You won't notice this upon first glance, more than likely.
Which I was told were run by Super Obama.
They're confusing us.
There's a blur here because these motherfuckers were drawing phalluses on the wall. They just had a bunch of them out, so I had to put a blur on it just in case. But you probably won't notice that because it turns so quickly. But I was like, God, guys, really? Like for the video, can we not do that? Can we think a little bit to not do that? We're ruining the shots.
With another group because Super Obama was he was showing off our
Rip
wealth
Murmel, note send, Rip Murmel.
chat,
True.
And, some other people, they got raided by bandits, so they just figured that it was us. I have a friend who's like near the center of the map. Their base got raided by bandits, but besides that, that's all I know.
I have like two different thoughts. The one is I do want to accept your information. And also I'm sure that if you were the bandit group, you might not like to tell me, which is fine. Even if you're not the bandits, I will inform you your location has been leaked.
So that's Zombiezilla right there, which was their 4th member.
leaked, like your location where you are here.
So it's Testiculus, Zombiezilla, Germa, and Super Obama, and later Reese.
But I know of a person that also knows, and maybe.
So the person that Murmel is referring to here is a Triumvirate member whose name was Hanu. They stopped playing midway through the event, but they were going around and selling information they had for like food and stuff. Like he went to the dwarves, he went to and talked to Big Papa and was telling Big Papa like, hey, I know where certain factions are. And Big Papa was like, okay, like I'll give you a crock of food if you tell me where. And they were kind of negotiating that. But most of the time, Big Papa was like, I already know where that is, bro. So that doesn't help me at all.
Be more.
Like you said, that bitch gave me false information.
Sell that information to someone that would like to kill the.
He was doing a similar thing to what Murmel was doing, but Hanu was like selling it. It wasn't as much of a noble cause as Murmel was undertaking.
That's so, Germa.
Starving.
So,
He's a teammate.
Yes, I assume so.
It's so crazy that Murmel and Rain have such like kind of an intimate relationship. Like Murmel was really the only one that went to the bandits consistently, if at all. Like the bandits did not talk to anybody, but Murmel was like the only one who was allowed to have access, which is interesting to think about that dynamic, you know?
Nobody comes out here except for me that is not a teammate, I think. So, even if you're not the bandits...
That would be cool, Blue Jay. That would be cool. They're kind of OP, though.
Come because
at least one of them is.
Not happy that they are being stolen from. And your group is
Was there allegations that one of us stole from someone?
You currently are regarded as the bandit faction. And that's just what I...
May I ask by who?
How can we be stealing shit from people when I've been spending all last session mining? This guy's been smacking an anvil for 12 hours.
Yeah, I've just been a smith. I mean,
I
will admit.
Yeah, I agree with you, Plague.
Has been nefarious, but that doesn't mean
I totally agree with you.
Are like bandits. Like,
so I have heard Super Obama's name and Germa's name, especially both of your names, especially in the context of bandits.
I recommend that you.
What's funny to me is that the bandits, they'll be like, bro, we didn't do anything. Like, we didn't do anything. But a part of it is like they were sending people messages and was like, they were like talking shit to people and being like, look at all this shit we got. We're going to come mess you up. And then they turn around and they're like, they didn't have any proof. We weren't even doing anything. This is all just rumors. But they were literally talking smack the entire time. So when they turn around and say that, it doesn't make any sense.
Inform them that there might be other factions that they're not aware of.
Because, I mean, you guys have probably seen it, but Testiculus literally messaged somebody from USVS, and you see it later in the video, and was like, I don't know exactly what he said, but I'm just assuming that he was saying, like, we're going to come mess you up. But then they want to turn around and be like, bro, we're not even doing anything. It's like, you can't fucking do that.
Right, and they're just, of course, using us as a scapegoat because I'd say the majority of us haven't even been outside of this house, and I haven't really seen do anything wrong. Maybe Super Obama. Germa, he's just a minor, so I would recommend I would recommend you inform them that they're
Thank you, Notesaid. I appreciate that.
I
I thank you for that, Notesaid. I will. That's one thing that I kind of want to say about this is like everything that happened in this event was like all from the players. Like everything that happened was all the players doing, you know, whatever it is that they wanted to. It wasn't like I didn't tell them what to do, and hopefully you guys feel the same way. But I feel like I didn't tell anybody what to do. There was only one time that I tried to influence a story, and I was talking to Hilltop members before they quit. I was like, dude, you guys could have the best story. Like, please don't quit. And that's the only time that I really got involved. But for the most part, or basically, it was all the players. Like, it was all them just doing what they did, and this is what they did, which is cool.
We'll carry that information for.
Wait, I was the only one that got the script.
We're probably going to move because obviously we don't want to be raided.
Few people got the script.
I would recommend to
move, but
This small group's technological advancements hadn't gone unnoticed and certainly didn't sit well with everyone. Particularly the dwarves began to worry as they were one of the civilizations that hadn't advanced as far due to their earlier...
Sick statue. Alien Droma is a insane chiseler, by the way.
trek out into the ocean in search of far lands. This was evident by their trading and alliances they had made with other groups.
Tim said I had to read a 30-page script day before the event started at SMH. And we only care about the vintage story, Blue Jay.
Warriors among them, and at this moment, no blackguard who could craft a blackguard short sword, which would instantly improve their defenses. So they had to contract a blackguard from another civilization known as the Bastion.
Here, if you make these swords for us, we'll give you one.
I don't really like that trade.
And the script was caught up somewhere for a lot of people. I want to say that I know people are like, the way I approached this, just I guess so you could get a little bit of insight behind what I was thinking when I was editing this, is that, you know, I could go through and introduce every single faction at one time and be like, this faction is this. And I guess that does make sense now that I'm kind of saying it out loud. But in my mind, when I was approaching the video, I was like, I'm going to introduce every faction as they are relevant to the story. So I wasn't going to try and go and say, all right, here are all the factions. I wanted to introduce them in a way that it was like, okay, now they are relevant to this because this, and this is who they are. And that was kind of my approach to it. So
I make you a bunch of swords just so I get one sword. If you give me a few, maybe like
you like the latter better?
Maybe.
Heck yeah, Blue Jay.
We could do the trade.
I also need backpack. Well, is that on top of the sword, or do you also want the sword with that?
W hoplites.
Of the sword, because we'll just craft one back at our base.
Hold on, I'm gonna grab a water real quick.
Make you a bunch of swords, and in exchange, you can provide us with a few bronze ingots.
All right, the rest of you savages get back to work. Quit gawking.
Grumble,
All right,
grumble.
I think that's a fair trade. Here, could you make one for me just for now, though?
I'll go into my thoughts about the Bastion when we kind of introduce them more. But I think it's funny that Big Papa's like, "Hey man, can you just make one for me, please? Thank you." I think it's kind of funny because he's like this fascist dictator. He's like, "Hey, will you?" He's like this. Like, "Hey, will you make me a blackguard short sword, please?" It's like,
sure, yeah.
Thanks, man.
The dwarves were slowly building up and were one of the factions that wanted to raid
True,
the
Blue Jay.
supposed
I like
bandit
that.
camp, as what they lacked in technology they made up for in numbers.
True,
they would
Tim.
soon see the scribe once again, but it appeared Cornucopia had visitors on their front doorstep.
We'd like to speak to the leadership in Cornucopia.
I'll see if I can quickly find him if he'll wait outside here.
So let me talk through Cornucopia a little bit, because I don't think I talked through them, honestly. The way you did it was better. Thanks, Damari. Honestly, I was hoping there would be a balance between city building, mechanic explanation, and conflict drama, but after seeing how much shit happened, I recognize that is impossible. Yeah, and I wanted to do that, but it's just so, like, part of the reason why I decided not to do that is because of map generation, for one, and I think it'll be easier to do that when it's more impactful, you know? And I kind of thought about delving into mechanic explanation for people who haven't played Vintage Story, you know, because it's not super popular, but at the same time, like, an hour and 37 minutes, like, it was so much. But I'll talk about Cornucopia just a little bit, because the thing about Cornucopia is they were involved in so many things. Like, I don't know what it is. You guys can tell me what you think it is, but I don't know what it is about Cornucopia that involved them in so many conflicts. I think it has to do with the Black Trifecta, and them taking the Black Trifecta in is what started it off. But then it's like, okay, now some people think they're associated with the Kingdom of Rain. Then they get attacked by Rivervale. Then they get attacked by the dwarves for imprisoning J-Max. So it's like these small, and maybe not small, but like these just critical series of events that make them ultimately like the epicenter of most conflicts throughout the entire thing. Because taking in Black Trifecta makes Hilltop come to them. And then later, they are kind of friendly with Rain. And the dwarves, or more so the Ashmore, didn't like that. And then they imprisoned J-Max, and the dwarves didn't like that. So it's like these small things. And then they were also just a target for Rain as well.
There's like
Roger that, Rex. We got to get you out main role.
No, we're one of the leadership.
Guys.
Hoplite said I started the Kingdom of Rain and Cornucopia Lie in the World meeting. The thing is that they were actually friendly. Like, they did trade some and stuff. But it's interesting that propagated. Freaking Hoplites is a freaking Amnesia Joe villain.
Guys.
By the way, actually, I will get to that later.
Hilltop is here. Hilltop is here, and they want to talk, but they're highly armed.
Hilltop is there.
They wanna talk, but they're armed. Be very careful. Nobody.
That's a good point, Note Send. I never did get back to that. I shouldn't have included that part because I never did come back to that. I don't know why I did that. But Note Send was asking about that small group that I talked about earlier in the video that was like swimming across the ocean trying to explore. Fern was one, and Fern ended up going to the Bastion, and then Taco became part of the Black Trifecta and then joined Cornucopia here. But Taco ended up dying, and Fern ended up building a bamboo hut. And I'm not sure who the other person was, so I apologize.
Keep happening.
Good question, though.
You guys are nicely armored.
We would like to request a meeting.
Who is the leader of the hilltop? Who's leading you guys?
It's Gord.
It is the both of us, however, from
Also, what is funny is that Drakir is like always snooping in everybody's business. So like, what is going on? Like, most of the Cornucopians are being good, and then Drakir's like, what the fuck's going on? Like, these are the three leaders, and there's Drakir.
Who's leading you guys?
It's Gord.
It is the both of us, however, from diplomatic matters, it'll be left to me.
The Corn leadership, made up of Maple, Yuki, and the big guy, decided to let in 3 members from Hilltop and led them to a secluded corner inside their walls while the rest of the coalition stood outside the gates on guard. And after some brief introductions, Matillion informed the Corn leadership about the thefts in Hilltop and how they believe the Black Trifecta was involved in doing so, specifically the player named Drakir.
I don't think it's fair to hold everyone here accountable to a man that supposedly committed crimes that no one else knew about.
See, we did.
You know, and that's kind of fair, honestly. What Maple said there was kind of fair, but Maple knows. Maple literally knows that Big Guy stole the copper. That's what's crazy to me. And I didn't know at the time that I was filming this that was the case.
Or at least I didn't originally come here in order to...
And that's Oddity. It says Hilltop member there, but Oddity was a part of the Brotherhood who was beefing with Drakir.
Or antagonize the Cornucopia. We came here specifically for the
for sure, Kara.
What do you guys want? What's the solution here for you guys to be happy?
The easiest thing is we want justice, of course. We want to find the people who did this.
100%.
Matillion says they want justice, but I don't understand how they ended up coming. They just were like too afraid to. I wish they would have started a massacre, honestly. That would have been awesome. Just start killing people. He's sick.
I would agree.
So literally at this point, like, I think this is 2 hours earlier before this meeting. And then 2 hours before that, Maple and who was the other person that Maple was with? Maple was with somebody else and they joined Corn.
So you could drag me out here and murder me? Is this the plan?
No,
I've got the bigger sword.
No. There you guys are. I've been wandering around trying to find
Transition the video very nice. Thank you.
How doth y'all do? Anyways, how are you?
So let me just very quickly, because this wasn't in the video. Oh, was it Yuki that joined too? Yuki was with Maple. This is the Black Trifecta. There's Felly, who ends up being a part, just keeping the peace in the garden. And this area right here is where the Black Trifecta was located. So if you can see in the top right where my mouse is on the mini map, there's this lake here, and then there's a staircase down, and the Black Trifecta dug like a secret tunnel hole. They were up to some secret shit, and they were up under here in a little hideout, which was they were doing some snake stuff.
Brought carrots as a sign of goodwill.
Thank you very much.
And we hope that you can peacefully join us.
There is such a possibility, as our current station is rather stagnationally compromised.
What does that mean, by the way? Is that an actual thing? Can anybody explain to me what stagnationally compromised means? I heard that. I was like, what does that mean? I don't know what that means.
We have everything we need.
I get it, I think, but I'm not sure.
Are you communists or are you cannibals?
We're anti-monarchical dwarfs.
Space maybe, okay.
I can get
Compromised by stagnation.
Shall we start
the black bear.
It makes sense.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Nah, but let's be honest. Hilltop has so many ores. They have like 3 full boxes. They have like 3 full boxes of copper. We're running low?
Yeah, because they're making armor.
Oh yeah, they're making copper armor now. Yeah. Of course, I'll never steal anything
from anybody,
right? Because we're all a communion. I only steal for the benefit of my people, right? So that's it. I only steal. I stole that 100 copper from the hilltop.
See, Big Guy literally admits right there to stealing the copper, and Maple knows that. Tiara said, "You know how people be coining new terms." Yeah, it's just to me is such an odd like a term. Like I get it, I get the idea of it. It's just I've never heard that.
For the good of us.
By the way, Conumus ended up
Because 100
completely
copper, we can do
irrelevant
so
to the
much
story.
I meant like three copper pickaxes, which is super cool.
If you steal anything and it ends up killing someone, that's gonna be a problem.
And then it was a problem.
The thing is, we want justice, of course. We want to find the people. who
Okay,
did
okay.
this.
Let me give a little bit of
If there's
editing insight right here. At least, man, not just what I'd think. And it's not this. It always doesn't. Damn, it doesn't always work out this way. Let's calm down a little bit. It doesn't always work out this way because the right music is really, really hard to find. I feel like if you're doing it right, but I like to start some music with kind of a deeper bass hit after like an important statement. You know, it's just like in movies where they use risers to build tension and then they hit you with like a cinematic boom. I like the same thing with music. It seems like for whatever reason, somebody makes an important statement and then you hit the music right after they end the statement. To me, just makes it seem a little bit more impactful. We can replay that so you guys can kind of hear what I'm talking about.
Like three copper pickaxes, which is super cool.
If you steal anything,
You just like,
and it ends up
at
killing
least that's
someone,
how I
that's gonna be a
feel.
problem.
The easiest
I don't understand
thing
making
is
copper
we want
armor.
justice, of course. We want to find the people who did this. If there's any sort of person or peoples that we know are responsible, we want to capture them and we want to make sure that we get the truth and we know what happens and that some sort of justice is done.
Clarify, this is what I can do. I can bring Trakir over here to talk about any transgressions and see if there's any truth to that. When it comes to the copper thing, I know nothing about it and I can't particularly help.
By the way, I think the reason that Maple throughout this entire thing kind of leads to, he kind of leads, oh God, Super Obama. I was talking trash on you earlier, Super Obama. What's up? No, I'm kidding. Just got a brain blast. You could post the VOD of this and call it the director's cut version. True, Rex. That is true. That is true. What's up, Super Obama? Maple right here kind of, throughout the entire negotiation, Maple kind of leads it. And I think the reason that it ended up kind of in a, it's okay, I'll stop talking shit to you in return. The reason that it kind of ends up very passive, in a very passive resolution, is because if you look, Hilltop is geared up, like it is copper armor, but they at least have like, they look like they got shit going on. You know, like they have shields, they have weapons. Korn does not have any of that. Like, Korn was not very progressed at this point. Like, Maple literally has wooden body armor on, and Yuki has not. Yuki's got the base set of farmer clothes, you know? So, like, Korn was not prepared whatsoever to deal with a fight. So, Maple, throughout this entire deal, pushes so hard to negotiate and not, but also does it without giving up any of the members of Korn, which is interesting.
Say much more,
but you'll notice that they are not geared.
None of my people
Korn is
have
not
said
geared for this.
In my time within the
Jakir has bear
within
armor,
the
I guess,
Hilltop,
but Big Guy doesn't have any armor
Matilda,
on.
You notice I have been a lumberjack purely. I have not done anything else. Occasionally, I went to my. Occasionally, I have gone back to my group and I have supplied them with what tools I did not currently need. There has never been a time at which point I have stolen anything, nor has
Which is
any
bullshit.
of my group. I will be aware.
All that is a lie.
Context, he has been in residence with us for basically as long, almost as long as
So
he's been
true,
around.
Super.
Personally,
So true.
I have no suspicions against him. However, I do
Navari said Maple was also buying me time to make a shield and a blackguard sword for every Korn member. So you guys, Navari, you guys really were. Do you feel like that is true, that you guys were not like equipped to deal with a situation like this? Because Hilltop could have just started massacring people. Like Matillion being a blackguard and having Lameller and having a sword and shield, like it could have been game on.
that some people, whether
I'm not sure, Reese.
intentionally or unintentionally, they could have done it.
Bunny said that's true. During this whole negotiation, Navari and Morg are banging out shields and swords. Wait, hold on. So explain this to me. Morgan Swamp is who you're talking about, Bunny? Was Morgan Swamp with Korn? Or at least at one point in time?
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
The only trifecta members
Navari said
that
by the
have
time they left, we were
entered
equipped to
your
fight
camp
back.
at any point and time have been, well, Reese is not a member.
Yeah, Reese, I don't know. If Matillion was not willing to stand on business.
The only other members have been Big Guy, Taco, and Felly, who you met today. Furthermore,
in this situation, are you guys standing on business? Are you like, give me my shit or we're fighting? Are you standing on business? I'm standing on business, Chad.
You do not take into consideration our laws. The trifecta.
He was the first 2 sessions? Okay, interesting.
First of dwarves that are self-sufficient. We merged with the cornucopia due to our lack of numbers, due to the fact multiple people have gone off and done other things instead.
I think a lot of people are like that,
in
Gara.
our nature to steal, because
I don't know, Felly. We'll get to that. It is weird.
I think perhaps some sort of resource that is perhaps overabundant here would be a just recompense.
Negotiations continued to take place, with the coalition requesting very steep recompense initially, but finally agreed upon 64 onions and 2 pies from.
You don't really get it long enough to read it, but I do like this. I didn't know what to do right here. Like I guess I could have pulled up like pie items with numbers, but I wanted to do like a little, sometimes like my editing, I feel like my editing style can be so random sometimes, like some of the things that feel random, but maybe they're not, I don't know.
Cornucopia. They returned to Hilltop still with their doubts about what was said, but nevertheless food was a nice bonus for them as their agriculture wasn't up to par yet. Not far from the resolution between the 2 groups was a civilization named Rivervale. Rivervale was a blossoming town led by an individual named Amnesia Joe, who they would devoutly follow no matter the request. However, at this moment they were doing well, just having made a boat they could.
That I don't know if you guys think this is, but this was kind of my attempt at kind of foreshadowing a little bit with saying, you know, they're going to follow him to no matter what.
Between the 2 groups was a civilization named Rivervale. Rivervale was a blossoming town led by an individual named Amnesia Joe, who they would devoutly follow no matter the request.
So that was kind of supposed to be a foreshadow to what they would do later. Obviously, you don't have any context to that, but just a personal thoughts time. So what I'll say about the Rivervalians is I think that Rivervale was the most like tight knit, willing to die for each other group that there was on the server. Like everybody in Rivervale was ready to do anything. Like they did not care because they were talking about raiding the USVS and everybody was on board with doing that. And then they were talking about raiding Rain. They were on board with that too. They're like, yeah, hell yeah, that sounds good. Like Joe was like, I don't think we're gonna raid USVS. I think we're gonna go mess up Rain. And everybody was like, hell yeah, dude, I'm on. I'm up. So like Rivervale was just so tight knit, and it was so good to see, and everybody loved each other too. Like it's pretty funny. I think they had like really good camaraderie. So that was really interesting. But the entire time, it took me until Joe gives his monologue. I did not know that Joe was doing like a bunch of like fuck stuff. Like I didn't know at the time. So Joe was like low-key pulling some strings in the background. Like he had stole iron from his own group. Like I guess they had some iron in the town hall here at Rivervale. And Joe stole it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but you stole it to kind of put them on their feet and make sure they were alert. So stuff like that. He did stuff like that, and then also was planning. By the way, this is interesting. This is interesting. The people who said this, I can't remember who said this, but Joe and Super Obama were Mermel's like most closest friends, and Joe was planning to kill Mermel the entire time, and Super Obama ended up killing Mermel. So it's like the 2 people that Mermel was closest with on the server were wanting to kill the scribe. It's just crazy. They wanted to kill him. It's like, oh my gosh.
However, at this moment, they were doing well. Just
almost 7K. Let's go, Tim.
They could utilize to traverse the nearby river system and ship goods from their farm to their main.
Funny said Maple is an amazing negotiator. Totally goated with the sauce. True.
Capital, as the mountain they built on was too cold for crops and for Sir Reginald Duff's bees. The wandering scribe actually came to visit after their discussion with the bandit group to inform Joe of their findings.
They say they are definitely not a bandit faction.
Be cooking some food for us.
But it may be that Super Obama himself may have done some mischief. So that's
based off that information, I definitely here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stop like all like hostilities at them until they do something.
This was a surprise.
Joe actually didn't believe that, though, so that's why it's surprising, because Joe was just saying that, but Joe didn't actually trust not Rivervale, the bandits at all, and was still very suspect of them.
Statement from Joe, as in a previous conversation with a group called the United Socialists of Vintage Story.
Now, the USVS just, like, kind of all fell apart, like, Tosh Vert, and then Jarko, I can't remember, Jarko maybe was a part. Meme Kid said, curse YouTube shorts. Yeah, Jarko was a part of USVS. USVS just was like, I don't know, it was just weird. They just, like, many of them didn't get on till later in the day, but then a lot of them ended up not getting on, so their whole civ kind of crumbled, and they didn't have too much important other than a few individuals who came out of that. But, yeah, like Hoplite said there, the Rivervale did end up raiding USVS, but there was just, like, nobody there, so... Felly said, not going to lie, I think the Civ was kind of tragic in many aspects, especially watching the vid. In other Civ videos, the good guys seemed to always win, but that wasn't really the case here. No, it really wasn't. The only good thing that happened, I guess, on the good guy side is that Mermal was able to get the killed by another player message, and Jerma ended up dying because of that. And that was really the only good thing for the good guys, at least.
One of the members had received an interesting message.
Also, who's this ridiculous guy? He's threatening.
No
and that's what I talked about earlier.
Yeah, I don't know anyone by that name.
Well, he sent me a threatening thing. He would coming.
Cannons would be sick. Notes in.
Here?
If it's here, the only group I know of that's nearby is Super. But there's thousands of blocks for words to change, so you can't really listen to the wind. No, messengers are in very powerful positions, and times like this. So I think if we just don't jump the...
And also, one of the things that somebody did provide some good feedback, but one of the things that I felt like, why I felt like during the editing that things were getting dragged out is because this is an important conversation, and I only have this one shot of it. Like, this is all I have. So you'll see in clips where I'm, like, flying and moving around, and that's because I'm trying to switch up the angle, but then I need the audio, because as you move the audio it's just all fucky. So you need more than one person to record.
Gun on anyone really too soon, unless one of our factions has concrete proof of them doing something, like seen them doing something. I think we shouldn't go out, kill them.
Yes, I did wait, Kara.
Maintains this opinion, but there really was no need for the Rivervale to fear of Obama's group, as they too had progressed significantly. However, some of his subjects did have difficulties at times.
Hold on, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while you guys watch Plague fumble about.
Oh hey, hey, would you happen to have wax? We're trying to start making lanterns.
I apologize. No, the bees are not being productive right now. I'll have to knock some sense into them later.
Do you have a piece of flint?
I do, yes. They're down here.
There's honey in the hives right now.
There is? What the f***? Okay, I just checked. I swear to God, I just checked. On my soul. No, they are not. No.
This one has honey in it.
No,
and
it says.
This one has honey in it.
It says.
And this one has honey in it.
No, it says. Doesn't it say? It has to say like harvestable. Does it not? I'm pretty sure it says harvestable.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I'm gonna break this one. I'm gonna break this one.
Like when it's got honey in it.
I'm gonna break this one, and if you are wrong, I could just backslap or backhand you one time.
Okay.
Well, oh, you are right. You're right. You are right. You are right. Oh, you're right. Oh, they're chasing me. Get out. You are right though. You are right. They have honeycomb. Okay, I'll produce this. I'll turn this into.
It looks like our beekeeper was beginning to master the job now, but Rivervale was not the only civilization that received a visit from the scribe, as Mermal ventured next to the dwarves, who had ambitions to gear up and raid Super Obama's group.
I don't know. I don't want to talk into your relations. As I see it, I don't think there is need because I've heard that you may be planning like a raiding party or something of that sort.
Yeah, we were gonna not only go and slaughter them, but hire other people to come with us to go slaughter them. So I think you may have just saved their ass.
That's the information I have heard, and I'm mostly neutrally positive. I do not.
You know, it's interesting to claim like neutrally positive, but also, you know, it's almost like you have to think about maybe doing nothing would be better. You know, I feel like if it depends on how faithful you have to be to your code. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it's impossible to not make mistakes, but certainly, as we'll see later, I don't know when this conversation happened. I can't remember exactly, but you guys have seen later, there's a flashback to this day where Mermal talks with J-Bolt, and they talk about, J-Bolt tells Mermal a piece of information about the bandits that's very condemning about them. And so there's an interesting, like, philosophical kind of conundrum there with having that piece of information, not wanting to incite violence, but then that piece of information that Mermal doesn't tell Big Papa, ends up Big Papa not raiding the bandits, and then the bandits end up, you know, causing a bunch of mischief, causing Hilltop to fall. So the whole idea is interesting of like being neutrally positive and that sort of thing, but then there's also like some, I don't want to say contradictions, but it's a very hard road to follow. Just an observation.
Really care about like bigger conflict ensuing or not ensuing. I will try to prevent conflict that is based on misinformation, because like that's my whole thing, spreading the truth and spreading information.
This to me is funny.
You got stairs to dig.
See, that's what I mean about the dictatorship, like that, like actually getting shit done.
There was a taste of the dictatorship from the Dwarven leader, but across the world, the Vikings of Drogvar were in talks of assimilating with a nearby civilization that was much bigger than the Vikings. These were the people of Ashmore, one of the few groups that successfully crossed the ocean to settle a small island of their own. Many came to know them as the Bear People.
Sick place, by the way.
A name earned from the heavy bear pelts and armor they crafted from.
This is probably one of my favorite shots. I feel like this is an underrated shot, honestly. Like the glow. This is Kumu. Just looking off in the distance.
The surrounding wildlife.
I think that's Kumu.
Seeking to rebuild their strength, lost to some of the patrolling predators, they turned to the Vikings.
So about Ashmore, I can't sit and edit and do voiceovers when I record. Props. Thank you, Sweet Shots. They were chilling on my farm during this. Thank you, Sweet Shots. So about Ashmore, you know, the whole tragedy around Ashmore is that their island, you don't really get to see it. You see it a little bit, but their island, I don't know what it is about their island, but they had so many bears and wolves. They had so many bears and wolves spawned everywhere, and they had like several members died. Well, I would say not several, but a couple members had already died to that before the bear massacre incident happened. And a consequence of those couple people dying is that when you left Ashmore's kind of walls to go out onto the rest of the island, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but they had a buddy system where you had to have two people go together. So that was a interesting thing. Tim said 7 people probably died, I think. My God, that's just insane. But Ashmore was very, being so far away, they were very safe. But they worship the obelisks, the cult people, but they had a migration. So Grimm's group migrates into them here and assimilates, which they desperately needed to. It's kind of interesting that they had lost so many people, and they kind of get a reinforcement from the Vikings
for both their manpower and mineral progression. Both groups agreed that it would be best for their collective power for Gremlingo's group to assimilate into Ashmore.
From our friends that have joined us today, their former leader, the death of Hedge.
So you'll see on this clip, like, I try to show different multiple views through this one, because when I'm recording, and this doesn't always happen the entire time that I was recording in the event, but I have a second PC over there, and I have a mouse right here, and then where you guys are up on my chat screen is where I usually have my second PC, and I try to use, I learned, or at least I thought halfway through the event, that what I would do is I would use this main computer to get the audio. That way the audio isn't flying around, and it didn't really work like this. And then I would use the second PC to move between people's faces and get different shots. And it didn't always work like that because a lot of the time there were 2 meetings going on at once that were important. A lot of things were happening at the same point in time, so that kind of made it tough.
The death of Nep. What we have learned
Neptitist, or
yes. What we have learned is pay attention to your surroundings. Be aware of the wildlife, either meese or bears. Despite our losses, though, ladies and gentlemen, we have grown our ranks. Not only in terms of our new friends joining us, but also the random friends that we have found along the way who decide to stick around, such as Emerald, wherever they are. I couldn't have foreseen this going better, genuinely. I entered today very pessimistic, thinking that we would be, swarmed by...
By the way, you'll see this in some of the clips, but the working classes mod that we're using, for some reason, and I'm sure if you watch other POVs of people, this will happen, but their face just gets totally fucked. I don't know what happens, but not only their face, but the textures kind of just get super weird, or people start missing arms and stuff. I almost wanted to make a lore moment with it, because at one point in time, Zodiacal, who was the knight of the Rivervale, or the captain of the knights of Rivervale, was missing an entire arm and eye, and I wanted to make that a thing, but of course when I leave and join back, he gets his arm back.
And that, we must do whatever we need to survive.
Turns out having an endless bear population is a great deterrent.
Honestly.
That is so funny that gets brought up right before this. What a perfect thing to say. And then I guess I haven't done this as much, but I'll talk through the music in the background. One of the things that I try to focus on when I'm doing music as well, and this is kind of I would say, what would I say? This is kind of, this may be just common, but I try to go from moments that are, and of course, just like everything else, it doesn't always work this way, but I try to switch from music that's upbeat and then that's downtrodden, like an upbeat moment and then a sad moment, an upbeat moment, sad moment, eerie moment, whatever kind of moment it is. But I'm constantly trying to switch that moment and kind of change the emotions. That's just how I think. So every time I have it's just I would say it's a natural idea that I have in my head that I don't think that's not a idea that I've come up with, but that's my framework that I operate by when I'm editing, is that I need to have something like that if I can.
One of the most curious parts of Ashmore was their religion, which revolved around praising the obelisk.
This is a cult.
However,
Dog,
the
this is a
obelisk
cult.
would have other plans.
Chad,
for
this
its
is a cult.
followers.
So you have the sad music here.
What expedition are you guys going on? I don't know yet. I think Tim wants to go gambling.
No.
So you notice there's kind of the sad music there, kind of eerie music, but then it kind of gets into it's not a super goofy song, but it's supposed to be kind of a goofier song because these cats are goofing around, and so it's stuff like that. It's the setup, I guess. It's honestly just perfect that some of the things, the way they work out in this video, it's perfect that they transpire on the timeline that they do. The fact that these guys are fooling around right before people just get massacred is awesome.
Wendy, I want to talk to you about the farm.
Oh, hi, Tim. If you want to go
I have
gamble,
no
right? I'll
job.
join you.
Just addicted to a cause.
Do you? Let's go after the farm. Probably.
Yeah.
He is not online yet. He's gonna come online very soon.
Oh, okay.
And we're going to gamble. And if
Alright.
we gamble, we're going
Perfect.
all in. Everything on red, remember.
Oh god. Do we have paper and ink? I want to write down the location of all the factions.
Little tidbit, for our next event, we have a world map editor, and Yang Wen Lee, our POV right now, is the one who created the mod for us. So shout out Hugo.
Also, don't run it, guys.
Yeah, I get that. Ask Tim. I don't know. We love gambling.
What's up, Taj?
We're gonna gamble in our entire like stockpile.
Hey Tim. Hey Tim.
I just love this moment, honestly.
I think you're the only miner here. I don't know.
Yeah, miners can't.
I'm not actually a miner.
I see that you're a miner.
My classes are minor, but I'm 20.
Oh, this is too young. We only take old folks at 30 and up.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Oh shit. Wait.
So Vivian and Kumu die, and Kumu is the councilman of Ashmore. So, kind of. Oh, it's a Tosh. What the fuck? Somebody died.
Holy shit! What the? Two people died? What?
So you can kind of see, this is like a good representation, honestly, of Ashmore's map. You can kind of see where they have lined out. This is where they are here on the edge, and then all of this. No, actually, this is Hilltop, isn't it? Yeah, is this Hilltop? Pretty sure this is Hilltop, actually. Yeah, that's not.
What the fuck just...
This is Ashmore. Okay, yeah. I was like, wait a second. Where are the trees?
Did people just die?
Yeah, we just lost two people.
Yes. How?
They said that's fucking Hilltop.
Oh, for
Shit.
Two very important.
They have Lord Hephaestus with them. They have Lord Hephaestus with them, so we'll see if they survive.
Yeah, go find them. Quit yapping.
What? No. Watch out, Yang. Watch out.
I know. I'm just looking. I want to see what the fuck killed them. There was a really big wolf out here. I do remember seeing one.
Oh no.
Tim.
The councilman died and our porter died.
Oh.
Wait. Go F5 and we're just gonna sneak in.
By the way, you can see the cult members. They have these like obelisk drawings, carvings around their entire. These people are insane.
Yeah. F5. So you have a third person. The dead wolf.
You see two dead animals there.
They're here dead. They're dead.
So hold on. Let me rewind. See if we can see. It's actually crazy that
They're here dead.
this FOV is crazy, Tim. But you can see that somebody is dead over here, and then there's actually somebody somewhere over here. I don't know exactly where they're at, but the dead body's right there, and you can't see that the bear is right behind these blocks right here. And then I'm like floating right here because I was at a different meeting, and then I saw death messages. Jesus Christ. And so I teleport right here, and I'm like, what is going on? And then this happens.
Oh shit!
Okay, yeah. Let me rewind that. Sorry, let me rewind this really quickly. Look, this person over here is sneaking. This is the craziest shit ever. This person over here is sneaking, and they just have no idea.
Oh shit! Bear! Run! Run!
Rip Janipol. And then Lord Hephaestus gets killed because Hugo runs right by.
Shit! No! No! Help me! Help me, please!
I love Yang's plea. Oh, so crazy.
Help me! Hey! Help me! Hey, over here!
I love this.
Please. Help me! Please! Help!
See, that's not minutes. That's seconds. I don't know why it's like that. Knock, what's up, Knock? One of the best videos I've seen as of late. Jaw constantly dropped at every twisted turn. Thank you. I appreciate that, Noculus. Thank you very much. Look at all these dead bodies. That's crazy. Yeah, so you have this person's dead, this person dead. There's a dead person over there. It's just insane.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
The Giga Bear.
Anyone else?
Yeah, that's a lot of us dead.
Well, the food problem's being solved.
The Ashmorians lost one of their leading council members in Kumu Courtwade and over a quarter of its population to one bear. This was a devastating.
One thing that I do love about Vintage Story is that when you die, you don't just like disappear.
A quarter of
so
its population
you get like
to
these
one bear.
sad ass 1,000-yard stairs.
This was a devastating blow.
This is...
Depressed.
Let's have a small period of mourning where we make the graves, we go to the obelisk.
I don't know what to do now.
I did
I
not,
am without guidance.
We had our foundation wiped out from under us.
The obelisk.
Look at all of these graves. I forgot about Bobbington. Rip Bobbington. Yeah, and you can pause and see and read all of these.
Had taken much from its subjects this day, and the bear people would be mourning for quite some time.
I don't know if you guys have heard it the first time you listen to this, but this person, like, it's perfect, even though it's really not that loud, so you probably don't notice it, but it's like a sad sigh. I don't know if you can hear that, but I'll play it again. Just listen closely. It's so perfect.
Time.
Sad.
Meanwhile, however, there was a rather interesting collection of things happening in
Yes, it was,
Cornucopia.
Noculus.
First being that Super Obama had appeared with some shiny
I honestly can't remember we didn't change crop growth speed, but we did change days, and I can't remember. I think we did 6 days a month.
armor and requested a tour of Cornucopia. With that request,
Tosh said you can use the arrow keys. Well, I use a small keyboard with no arrow keys, Tosh, and I don't have my other one plugged in, so. All right, we'll see you later, Tim. Gotta go to sleep. Amazing vid, Beaver. Thank you, Tim. We'll see you later.
Being graciously
Oh, J or L keys
fulfilled.
for 10 seconds.
This is
W.
more of a friendly request. This place looks really nice. Are you okay with, like...
show you around a bit.
That's awesome.
Because I remember I came by here day one, back when the walls were still being built up, and I saw a little bit, and I'm like, wow, this place is pretty cool.
It looked as if though a relationship was being built between Obama and Corn, with Obama supplying them with a couple of resources like charcoal and resin. After the tour, Super Obama was to meet with the scribe, per Murmel's request, to finally meet the leader.
See, like, you see somebody dying right there. Thrakus got a bit too close to the edge and then left. That's so sad.
Of the contemptuous bandit group.
I have established a meeting with Super Obama, and he wanted to meet at like...
We just met him too, not long ago. Oh, he's left already. I think he's going back to bring back more things to trade. I have a question for you though.
Yeah.
Have you been to Hilltop recently?
Not recently, like, not after the whole thingy went down.
There's a lot of
I'll have to look into that, just some guy.
beefing against us, and it'd be nice to know one way or the other what people thought about Corn.
That to me is so funny.
I'm wanting people's like
with verbal here.
food specific.
Yeah, what people think about Corn, dude.
It's more like
What do you guys think about Corn?
Cornucopia, you know what I meant.
What?
I'll also go to sleep. All right, we'll see you later, Genevix. Good night. Thanks for popping in.
What's up, Myrtle?
Yeah, I don't know who of you is like which faction, because it's neutral ground. And the tavern is nice.
It's interesting. Like, I would not trust these dudes. I would not.
The tavern is very nice.
2 hours as you wake up is crazy,
Genevix.
Genevix.
I just want to...
Tosh said, that's crazy. Tosh said, corn is tasty, top 5 vegetable easily. Yeah, but like, what about when it comes out the other end? You know what I mean?
Clear that.
You have a name. You have a name. Thank you.
Myrtle, let me just let me just tell you this real quick. We're not the bandits.
2 hours.
Yes, I have spoken to some of your people, and I said they were very insistent on not having a name, and I said that if you don't have a name, you will be considered the bandits.
All right, we'll see you later, Genevix.
We
Thanks for
have
popping in.
not stolen anything.
Get you 2 hours.
We've been stolen from by the like triumvirate, whatever the f they're called.
So I don't know if there's any merit to what Super Obama is saying here. I don't actually know if they got stolen from or not. Because it seemed like they had gotten, quote-unquote, stolen from a lot, but I actually don't know if any of it had ever happened or they were just trying to use that as a false flag.
Yeah.
You sure
got
about
all
the
of our-
triumvirate or the trifecta?
I spoke with...
Hey, W avocado, Tosh. That's
Former
Tosh. Sorry, I
trifecta or still
don't know
part
why I
of
said
the
that, Tosh.
trifecta, we can assure you we did not steal from you guys. We only stole from... But don't...
Hey, right there, he said Hilltop. We only... This is crazy to me. The big guy is like, yeah, we only steal from Hilltop, but don't kill... Don't tell anyone or I'll have to kill you. It's like, what?
Tell that, okay? Or I'll kill you.
Hoplite said Rivervale Ween from our group destroyed like half of their crops early on. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
Hey, don't threaten the messenger.
With that comment, Marvel and the Kingdom of Rain moved to a more secluded location to continue their discussion, fleshing out some more trivial matters. But the topic of bauxite came up, which is a necessary resource to obtain the highest tier of metal in the game, which is steel.
See, to me, when Super Obama in this conversation all pointed out, this would immediately make me not trustworthy.
Only deposit of bauxite on the map was on the northern continent, which only these two had managed
This
to
is so
reach.
much, by the way.
The only person that's gone further east than that is Zombie, and that was when he was getting bauxite.
Yeah. Further east?
Yeah, I've been to the
east.
Yeah, Zombie went to every single world border.
Yeah, but bauxite at the east?
Zombie, don't tell them where you got the bauxite. Sorry.
See, when Super Obama says that, I would not be trusting Super Obama whatsoever. I'd be like, all right, that's questionable. That's questionable. You don't want to open trade? You don't want to be honest with me? You don't want to help me out? What's up? Ricky Mai also had. He stole so much. He never got blamed for nearly any of it.
I know where bauxite is.
Yeah, he went to
Rivervale's
the east
destroyed shit.
on his search for it.
Did you find the northwest bauxite?
So I think that the Northwest bauxite is what they're referring to here. Like, I know Reese, you're saying you don't know. I mean, that y'all didn't know, but I think this is what they're referring to because this is in the north and it's like in the middle part of the northern continent.
I have found the bauxite, yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. But I have not told anybody.
Well, obviously, why would you tell anyone?
So is your faction more combat?
We're industrial. We're industrial.
You're industrial.
So one thing that doesn't make it in here that actually is important is that during this conversation, Mermal does ask Super Obama if he has been to Rivervale. And Super Obama says no, which is not true. Now, I don't know if Super Obama just didn't know exactly who Rivervale was, but Super Obama had visited Rivervale early on. And after this, not long after this, Mermal goes to Rivervale and asks Joe if Super Obama has been there. So I don't know if that was just Super Obama wasn't thinking, didn't know what Rivervale, that was Rivervale that he'd visited because it was early on. And then I don't know if Mermal picked up on that either, so I'm not sure. But that was something that, you can either say, well, it might have just been like not thinking, or, it could have been very important.
But we're here to defend the people that can't defend themselves.
The Kingdom of Rain kept things
Crazy
close
statement.
to the vest. As the scribe had inquired about where they now resided after fleeing their previous cave under threats of being raided, but they were unwilling to disclose that information.
Okay, so let me show you this map
They
really
now
quickly.
resided after fleeing their previous cave under threats of being raided, but they were unwilling to disclose that information.
So you can see a lot of people wanted a 5,000 by 5 or a bigger map than 5,000 by 5,000, and this is 10 by 5, and they're like this side of the map basically never, like, nobody came over here whatsoever. This is literally no man's land. Like, there's nothing going on over here. This never gets used, among other spots, of course, but this is like the cutoff right here. Like, nobody ever really went past this point.
Super Obama claimed his group would defend people who cannot defend themselves, but the actions they took next seemed to say otherwise.
I've also heard rumors.
See, like right there, this is Maple, and his face is just all fucked up.
that the hilltop are being
face is all messed up.
And our agreement clearly doesn't mean all that much to them, if what I'm hearing is correct.
Insane meme kid.
Secondly, or thirdly, there has been a lot of discontent and argument
Coded,
and
actually.
problems going on between the faction and in the faction. And to put it blatantly, I'm sick of it. It's already hard enough to organize everyone and make sure everything's working well.
Tyranny of the majority, 100%, 100% off
Oh, sorry to interrupt, guys.
So, I don't know if people know how loud it is when you pick up shit, but it is so loud when you pick up rocks. While they're having this meeting, Navari and Jakir are out patrolling the walls, and Jerma is tunneling underneath their entire place, but he's picking up rocks as he does it, and it is so loud. I don't even know how many blocks down Jerma is, So, like, look at the depth. I don't know how many blocks that would be. By the way, secret vault over here. You can see that just briefly. It goes down to Corn's vault. I do want to, in the next event, I'm thinking about it, of enabling gravity so people can't just do this shit. You know what I mean? Had to get a lot more creative. I think that would be interesting. But, like, it is so loud when you pick up items, which German did not know at the time. So that's kind of an interesting little caveat.
There has been a lot of like discontent and arguments and problems going on between the faction and in the faction. And to put it blatantly, I'm sick of it. It's already hard enough to organize everyone and make sure everything's working well without people acting like
I didn't know you could do that, Rex.
each other over silly shit.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, guys. Are you guys picking it up?
We're not picking up anything.
Also, by the way, I'm recording all of this on a laptop. It's the worst.
Who's picking things up? Let's...
I will say that this one was kind of a hard one to deal with editing-wise from a music standpoint because it's important, but nothing really happens. True, Yunin. See, like, look at how far down that is. Gosh darn it, I almost had it in time. This is them looking around the outside. Look at how far down that is, and they're hearing that. I mean, that's like, that's probably 15 or 20 blocks down. It's doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you, Big Kid. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? That's pretty far down to hear that. Kind of wild. I want to say that Germa might have placed some poisonous stew in here while, like, after that. Because I think, I don't know how many people, any cornucopians in the chat, correct me on how many people it was, but some people did, I don't know if they permanently died, but 1 or 2 people did eat poison stew in here and they died. So Germa, and I think it was mainly Germa, but you know, you can say Kingdom of Rain as a whole. They were planting poisonous stew throughout different places, mainly Hilltop and Corn. Bro, why are you reacting to your own video? I'm just decided to be a React YouTuber now, Core. What's up, by the way? Just chilling? Just reacting? Just reacting. God, I gotta react. I don't know. I've never seen this video before. It's a fire video, though. He did because Taco fully died and Red got revived. That's insane. That's insane. 3 people were knocked. Can't wait for time to pass. Today's gonna be lit. There you go, kid. I mean, I placed Poison Stew on Hilltop. Yeah, so Reese placed Poison Stew in Hilltop. Hilltop.
Looked at the windmill. I was like, oh, he definitely still lives here. The windmill's still there. I go down.
This is Gizzo, by the way. A little Gizzo cameo.
Down to return your armor. I look back up. Windmill's gone.
Cornucopia was not the only one a part of Rain's ensuing plan. Hilltop was not as keen to hear someone digging to their secret vault.
Okay, so during this, let me just say very quickly, but we'll get this to. Can you do a reaction to this? Can you do a reaction to this reaction?
Only one a part of Rain's ensuing plan.
Yeah, I'll react to me reacting to me reacting to reacting to this. But so during this, fucking Reese was playing copyright music to try and dampen some of that sound. And I told Reese to turn that shit off.
Hilltop was not as keen to hear someone.
And nobody in Hilltop is saying anything about this either. They're just like, okay, I hate when people do that. If it was me, Reese, I'd have been like, you better turn that shit right off right now.
Secret vault lab under the concept forging of new alloys. This room was under lock and key, possessing...
Okay, so just as well to explain this.
Hilltop was not as keen to hear someone digging to their secret vault lab.
It says secret meth lab. That's what it says. It says secret meth lab. So if anybody's wondering why it's blurred, it says meth. It's their meth lab. This is Breaking Bad, apparently. Hey, what's up, Salus? I got another stream. What's up, Salus?
Under the concept forging of new alloys. This room was under lock and key, possessing Hilltop's most valuable resources.
I wonder, though, why Super Obama didn't take the other 2, you know? I wonder why. You know, if you will make this experiment again and let me join, I'll make traps for people. All right, I'll keep you in mind, Core. Do some evil shit. Always looking for evil people. Right, Chad?
How many more do you need?
That was
actually, Felly, this wasn't the only time people were trying to play copyrighted music and I had to turn them. I would make an announcement on the server. I'd be like, turn that shit off, please.
all their processed iron taken right out from under their nose, but Rain didn't intend on keeping this iron. They actually had no need for it, rather, they aimed to plant it in Cornucopia instead to instigate a conflict between the two groups. However, sometime later, Yuki, one of the head council members, discovered the iron that had randomly appeared, thought nothing of it, and reallocated it to its proper resting place in the town smith.
And then I like this moment where they're just like, I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
I don't think that's exactly how that should work.
You know, because, like, that's not how the plan was supposed to go, you know? I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny.
The coalition, they found their iron had been stolen.
Holy shit. I never realized this until just now. This is Jacket Attack, one of the Hilltop members, and this is Reese, by the way, who's currently betraying Hilltop. But look how high up Jacket Attack is on a ladder and doesn't, like, where are you going to go, you know? He doesn't even block down.
And explored the
poor
tunnel
Jacket
with one
Attack.
of their members, Jacket Attack, nearly perishing.
Looks like there might be ladders at the bottom, but I'm not certain. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
I think there might be ladders at the bottom, but I'm not. Oh, you're dead.
So another thing, sorry, I'm just going to point out every single musical edit just because it's so big in my mind. I think a lot of the time that people don't notice the music that much, but they notice it subconsciously, you know what I mean? But like in this instant where he falls down and then you hear the it's a kind of a weird song that I found, but you hear that little bit of ring and then there's some silence and then he comes back on screen and he's alive and then the music starts playing again. So it's little stuff like that.
I'm still alive. I'm still alive.
You know, it's like that little ringy ding.
I'm alive. I'm so lucky to be alive. Yeah, there are ladders here.
While Hilltop began to investigate, in the south, the scribe was meeting with the people of Rivervale and shared some...
This is a good shot, honestly. I like this shot. Yeah. Luckily, Jacket Attack survived this. I hope he lives to the end. I said I do like the ringy ding. Yeah, music choice was great. Thank you, Salus.
Interesting commentary.
First, I wanted to like re-hear something I already heard. You said like in the earlier.
So what I mentioned earlier when Super Obama and Mermal and Zombiezilla were talking about bauxite and everything, Mermal asked here, okay, so Super Obama came here, right? And that's kind of why, because Super Obama did say that he didn't come to Rivervale.
Sessions. Super Obama was flaunting their wealth. Did they come here?
Yeah, we met with Super Obama session 1. However, it was a very different interaction than I think anyone else had because he just traded with us. And he gave us a pretty good trade, I think.
Where did you meet him?
At our base.
Like here in Rivervale?
Yeah, in the Rivervale.
Because I've talked with Super Obama and a lot, and I would say I'm now of the firm belief that they are not the bandits.
I don't think they are either.
Yeah. Just so you also know what like the Kingdom of Rain.
By the way, so the video was so good. Thank you, 2D. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, we're just going through it here. We're talking through it. Joe said, I'm lying here, by the way. Yeah, just completely like, yeah, the bandits are freaking full of shit. But what's funny is that the scene kind of changes through cuts because this is a much, much longer conversation than it actually is in the video, which it's still a pretty long conversation, but you see like the lighting changes and then somebody is chiseling. I think it might be Zeppel. But you can see that the lighting and stuff changes. No, it's not Zeppel, actually, I don't think.
Just so you also
somebody
know,
else. Oh, it's Pause.
What like the Kingdom of Rain is about.
Or Pause.
They specifically said to me that helping people defend themselves.
By the way, just a question: Do you guys like this when there's a bit of kind of a throwback and it's like a very faded kind of image? I don't know. I've never done that before. It's something entirely new to me, so I kind of like the idea of it. Let me know what you guys think.
That may be attacked unrightfully. That's like their position.
It's so cinematic. Let's
The
go,
dwarf
Noculus. That's
leader
what I
is
like to hear.
aggressive
W
towards the
Noculus.
dwarf people.
I love that. Let's go. Yeah, it was great. You
Yeah,
guys
it's
are
very
awesome,
much
honestly.
like a dictatorship. When I sit down and talk to him, some people just as here come and sit down with us, and he'll go like,
All right, the rest of you savages get back to work. Quit gawking. Back to work, Mango. What are
Okay,
you
for the story, it's
rats
nice.
sitting around for? Everybody calls
Gives
me
context
Daddy.
or foreshadowing.
Get down there and Start mining.
This to me is so funny, bro. He was doing shit like this all the time. I had to go back and find this clip actually of him talking to these two, be like, get back there and go. So this is the example of like the dictatorship of Big Papa not letting people sit around and like, you need to be doing something productive, right? It's funny though, at the end of this, he's like, oh, okay. Nerd.
Nerd.
He's a nerd.
What are you rats sitting around for? Everybody calls me Daddy. Get down there and start mining. Okay. Nerd.
and then they will go back
He
to
get
work.
in, TR says, WTR.
Which is quite fun.
I do have one thing to ask. Because I'm obligated to ask every single traveler up through here. Have you seen bauxite anywhere?
By the way, Zeppel said somewhere, I think he said it in our event Discord. We had a Discord, a separate Discord with all our event players. Zeppel put in there, this is Zeppel. Zeppel said, my legacy of the video is that the person in the event who didn't lie, they told the one lie to me. It's so funny.
I have not.
This was the first and only lie Murmur would tell, and shortly after the conversation drew to a close. Amnesia Joe then
Yeah, I did get that, Joe.
hosted several meetings, first of his small council that handled the ongoing prosperity of Rivervale, and then a meeting among his knights which were topics of more closed matters. While speaking to the knights, though, the farming district of Rivervale spontaneously combusted.
Reach that far. That's actually my fault. Sorry.
Why?
I did a stupid.
Fluffer Bub the entire time. It's like, oh, I did stupid. So what, my mother's had dementia, so when I showed her this, she had a hard time following. Well, I guess I could show her multiple times. I'll make sure next time, Salutes, that I make it easier to follow and have some subtitles and stuff. Shout out to your mom. W mom. I had so many meetings. Yeah, doing nothing but meetings. This was basically meeting civilization. It was insane. But during the battle, I just said I'm the one with the size so she could identify me. I like the black bars in this part. Yeah, 100%. That was something that I like to add that I was like, I got through a lot of the video and I was like, dude, why have I not put these cinematic bars? What am I doing? But basically what happened here is Flufferbub, from what I understand, had a pit kiln inside this building that's made mostly of cobblestone and stuff. And the fire spread to some portion of this, but I think it spread one block over into their little dock bay area they had here. And caught everything on fire. So they had like a little shit store right here.
What the f*** did I die? Oh dear, oh dear.
What did you guys do?
Flufferbub's dead! Flufferbub's dead! Revive Flufferbub! Oh, where's he at? Where's he at? No, save Flufferbub! Flufferbub is dead! He's up here!
Do you have somebody?
Save Flufferbub!
Oh, get out of there! Get out of there! Oh, there's pandemonium!
Who let this on?
I will say it's nice to see a fire actually spreading and being an issue. Like, I actually really like the dynamic on it. It seems very not easy to, like, deal with. I wanted to ask, so can I use some of the footage of your video, like Corn Meeting and Corn Attack, into my video so I can have some cinematic scenes? Yeah. Do you want, like, raw footage? Is that what you're asking for, 2 Powers? I felt so bad for him since he was on a lot of pain meds and was totally out of it, so I was not that mad. Oh, that's right. Flufferbub did say that. Oh, dang. Shout out Flufferbub.
Fire. What happened?
This is where the revive system peaked. It turned from save the materials to save the players. Facts.
It was my fault. I did stupid. I put a pit coal and I forgot that will light fires.
Poor Flufferbub.
Oh,
It's okay.
Burning. Yeah.
The group eventually put the fire out and actually lost a few resources to this.
Joe was very understanding of Flufferbub's mishap. But they did actually lose some of the stuff to the fire.
And I asked the king what had happened.
That was just remodeling purposes. Control burn.
I see. That is what it looked like when I watched it. To the north, there were
I want all 64 hours of raw footage. Yeah, I'll send you all 64 hours of footage, 2 powers. For sure.
couple of
yeah, send me a message. I'll see if I
meeting
can
at
get
Arbor
something to
Harbor,
you.
Home of the Triumvirate, whose town was designed to be a parkour city, so its people could evade threats, all while looking very beautiful. Trade agreements and general gossip were the topic of discussion in the town, but in particular, Matillion was talking to Ashmore's diplomat, it's Tim, about Hilltop hosting an international meeting and foreshadowed revealing some information about the Brotherhood.
The plan is the international meeting so that the culprit and his group for an attempted murder will...
So the murder that Matillion is talking about right there is in reference to Kay Calix trying to murder Drakir. And I want to say that, I don't know if that's the only piece of information that Matillion wanted to reveal, but I actually don't know everything that Matillion wanted to reveal, which I feel like on some end I should say I know, but at the same time, I kind of like, and you guys tell me what you think of this if you may think otherwise, but I almost kind of like keeping the vagueness and not explaining everything like that, so you can always wonder maybe what the piece of information was that Matillion was going to say, because I honestly don't even know. And I could ask Matillion, obviously it would be easier, but I just kind of find it, I don't know, sometimes I like to leave those things like what could have been, I guess, I don't know.
At least be known by everyone.
If I would ask you about the player, I'm not gonna say the full name, right? Does anything from Cornutopia, a player with starting an R?
Man, he has a terrible reputation, doesn't he?
Uh-oh.
Tell me the full name then.
Wait, from Cornucopia?
Yes. Reace?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, did he belong in any group?
Currently, he's with us.
Him.
If I could give you a piece of advice, be careful with him.
So part right there, why the audio is like, one thing that I really don't love when I edit videos is having hard cuts, and there's not really a great transition, and there's not always a great transition. Like a lot of these conversations, there's actually are cut up a lot, and some of it you can't tell. You can hear it in the audio when it moves around like that. You can see that the video doesn't match the audio. Like you know, I mean, I don't know what. Obviously, but just for sake of not having to cut the video or make a transition and just keep the same smooth flowing thing like shot, I guess.
I know.
I didn't understand this. Reese was never with Korn. Not once was I was with Korn. So what Tim, I don't know why Tim had the impression that Reese was with Korn.
Because there's people, whispers going through.
But you know how misinformation is in this event.
There that he may be not what he seems to be, So
trust me, it should be fine. The precautions have been taken.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
we can head out. It's
shout out being a lumberjack.
Let's start going. I'll grab my.
And so the diplomats traveled together to Cornucopia to spread the news of the international meeting to be held tomorrow. Hey everyone, wanted to take a second to shout out our partner VoxyHost, who is offering 50% off on their servers to the end of this month when you use code Beaver. They were gracious enough to furnish us with a server for this event and have sponsored many other like it, so shout out to them for making this event possible and go check them out. Their website will be linked in the description. Thank you guys, now back to the video.
Somebody brought up earlier about the server. A lot of if you're gonna host a vintage story server, one thing to think about, like if you're gonna do an event on this scale, is that Vintage Story is not built for this, so just keep that in mind.
Hello.
Because a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's a server." Like, it's not. Trust me.
Everyone that isn't.
Because the good thing about VoxyHost, Daniel over there, was helping me the entire time, always on the back end, making sure everything was okay. But a lot of the limiter is the game.
Part of leadership from various factions, hang out in the tavern, talk, do whatever, blah 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 blah. Anyone that is part of the leadership and would like to talk, they are welcome to come inside into our town hall and we can chat.
I think Cornucopia, I will say that Cornucopia did do a good job of not just not letting people randomly walk into their civilization. Like, they would not let you bring your entire group in. Like, we'll have a meeting with you, we'll let you come in, but we're not going to bring in everyone from your civilization. Some of your people are going to have to sit out there.
Very professional.
Although it doesn't really work when they just scale your walls instead, so.
We got Gwen, we got Tosh, we got Tim.
Fever Shield is someone who...
So I'm thinking maybe we just introduce ourselves in a big circle.
The meeting began by every faction introducing themselves, with the groups in attendance being Ashmore, USVS, Hilltop, Triumvirate, and the Wandering Scribe. Matillion was first to speak and informed everyone of the reasoning behind his proposed meeting, which included making amends on general issues as well as creating trading partnerships. As Matillion finished his piece, a couple of individuals arrived from the Kingdom of Rain. Nevertheless, the meeting continued on, and Teller raised a curious point.
So, the Kingdom of Rain right here, actually, Yuki let them in, but I don't remember exactly who it was that told them that this was going on.
I've been hearing some rumors about the Brotherhood, and I would like to get everybody's opinion on it.
Noculus said, "This is so fun as someone who only watched the video. I feel like I'm surrounded by people telling war stories." That is hilarious. Oh, that is funny. Beaver, the walls were never infallible, but they were also meant to stop opportunistic criminals and villains. As the wall's primary builder, I have to defend the wall as a point of pride. True, buddy, true. True, I mean, that is fair. That is fair. I mean, that's a fair point.
What's going on with that? If you guys know the Brotherhood.
As for information on the Brotherhood, I'm going to have to ask Emperor.
Which, remember, the Brotherhood is Reese, Oddity, and K. Calix. Or was. Oh, whoops.
To wait until the international meeting, because I have something related to that then that I want to be shared publicly.
Fair enough.
Actually, I have a thing I need to talk about, and I want to know if anyone has any information on this. Last session, an individual breached our walls and tried to assassinate Drakir, I believe.
It's funny that what's funny to me is that Teller and Maple here are bringing up kind of the same thing without really like realizing it. They're like, I have something to say, and they're kind of bringing up the same thing, not connecting the dot that like they're talking about the same issue.
He went by the name of K. Calix, and I wanted to know if anyone knew anything about that.
I have something to say about that. The information about the individual Hey Calix will be revealed in the international meeting. That is as much as I can say.
You got
Is
a
that
lot
guy
of secrets
dead or
to reveal.
something? I heard that he get killed.
You keeping so much secrets right now, if you could, you know, it is kind of fishy.
As for the reason that I'm trying to...
So, one thing, a lot of people were very unhappy with Matillion and the fact that he did this and was not telling everyone, but honestly, Matillion was kind of right, because I believe whatever information that he had, it was related possibly to the Kingdom of Rain, and they were there right there. So I don't think Matillion was completely in the wrong, but after this, everybody talked shit and was like, why didn't he tell us? You know, that's on him.
Keep it a secret is because I did not want to alert the collaborators.
The thing, it made no sense why Hilltop was being so secretive. That was the primary to tell to everyone. But what if he was going to snitch on Reese being part of the Kingdom of Rain? You know, not exactly the connection, but at least Reese not being a good faith actor for Hilltop. And then the Kingdom of Rain is right there and can tell Reese, like, hey, you need to get out of there, you know? So I mean, kind of, I can see it, I feel like. I wasn't part of Rain at that point.
Yeah, so here's that I have.
Are you sure, though? Because you were part of Rain at day 2. Like, at least you were conspiring with them.
At Cornucopia was taking place, and Matillion did not want to alert possible conspirators of the information which he held. Germa of Rain traveled through the route they had previously used for their first heist on Hilltop and proceeded to take all of the Coalition's remaining items.
By the way, this is a reshoot. I actually didn't have footage of this.
The total of material...
I've seen Germa say, like, that didn't make it into the video. I don't have any footage from most of the things that they did.
Materials taken was 40 meteoric and 40 iron ingots. Hilltop discovered their missing iron soon after, and a rage came over the faction as this set them back countless hours of work and preparation.
We only took 3 people on that adventure and left
There were only like
2 people in the military here.
The rage between everybody is so palpable. Some of the comments on the YouTube video kill me. Lol. Love reading them. Yeah, we should read through some comments on the YouTube video after this. I do love reading those.
There was 4 people.
I'm right there with you, Salus.
Yeah, you took basically everyone and left the forge empty, and then the guy comes into the forge since there's no one manning it, and then he takes everything. We're using the tunnel that was probably never filled in.
True.
And to add insult to injury, some poisoned food had made its way into the forge.
That's fair. Do not come into this fucking blacksmith looking for food. You will end up eating poison. Okay. I don't have any. I need.
So that's Jacket Attack that goes down right there. Jacket Attack, the Kingdom of Rain screwed Jacket Attack over so bad. Jacket Attack eats poison from Kingdom of Rain because Reese puts the poison there, and then Jacket Attack almost dies falling down the hole that they made to get the iron, and then Jacket Attack dies in their pit that they killed Mermal in. So 3 different times indirectly, Jacket Attack is a casualty of the Kingdom of Rain. I told you, Gorg! I love how you reframed this later on with having Reese help Jarmer. Reminds me of like Unsolved Mysteries, if that makes sense. Yeah, I felt like I couldn't really, without footage, explain, you know, like I wanted that to be obvious, because Reese isn't like in the forefront of everything.
I have it.
I got one of the weirdest compliments in some of the comments.
It's not working.
I was trying right here. I was trying to zoom in, and I have I just had a bad keybind issue, so I ended up taking screenshots of Jagged Attack and being on the ground.
It's not working. I'm controlling.
Just keep using it.
I'm controlling.
I'm recording it.
I'm pressing control.
It says, I can't see. I'm wounded. Alive for 19 in-game minutes. Mortally wounded. I mean, it says.
I'm gonna try shift.
Yeah, we need more.
I'm gonna try control shift.
Where's Jack Attack?
I'm gonna try control shift.
This entire time that Reese is talking, Reese is not actually trying to revive Jagged Attack. Reese is not trying to revive Jagged Attack. He's just pretending.
There we go.
Okay.
This is ultimate crash out.
Holy shit!
Okay.
Fucking balls, Gorg! Oh!
Why are we giving them soup with them?
I told you, Gorg! I literally came in here because don't eat the soup, don't eat the fucking soup in here.
The nutritional value on this, because one of these is poisoned, and then I fell over dead.
So from what I understand, Reese shed some light on this, but there was that poison food did get found, and for some reason they put it in the forge. I guess Gorg might have moved it into the forge at some point in time, along with another pot of food down there. And Jacket Attack comes down the stairs to eat because, you know, in the first place, Hilltop is already having a food problem because their farms have been attacked and stuff, so, you know, they don't have, like, a constant supply of food. You missed it. I put the soup back. Yeah, I didn't get that.
Oh, my...
With this incident, Hilltop was reaching their boiling point, and a couple of members
I don't think I
had
have footage of it,
and
Reese,
decided
honestly.
to burn the international meeting table that was under control.
The mood at this point is pretty solemn, but that honestly is a funny clip. I told you, Gorg!
Construction for the next day. While this was happening, Matillion returned from his diplomatic mission in Cornucopia.
What is this? What are we doing here? Let me clarify this.
Oh, you said it to me. Whoops, my bad. Do you plan on doing a third Civ event too? We're definitely gonna do another one, and then we'll see after that. Well, I don't know if it'll be exactly a Civ event. It might be like a different kind of event that I want to do, like an infection style event. I think that would be fun.
Because I just really need to know what's happening here. So everyone here is just gone.
Cool.
Pretty much.
So what I'm hearing
No more
is
embassy.
that
We're not.
you guys walked out of the base. You guys walked out of the base to chase down someone, and then you guys got robbed, and you guys are throwing a hissy fit. Is that what I'm hearing right now?
And honestly, Matillion is spitting facts right here. Like, Matillion is spitting straight facts, and I totally agree with what everything that he is saying.
Walked out of the base, and then it got stolen from.
People were talking trash on Matillion, but he's spitting facts.
That is what I've heard. That is
How would
what
they
happened.
know we were out of the base?
Leaving the blacksmith was a terrible idea.
Yes, it was.
Especially since we had people steal.
He took everyone except for like one or two people.
Like we literally.
And so the main people who are really, really pissed is this is, I forget what their Discord name is, but 1245F and Gorg were both just completely over it. AESD 2500 actually ends up, I think, assimilating into Korn after this. Vimy goes to Ashmore. Reese fakes his death. And then Matillion gives up too, and Jacket Attack ends up just wandering the world.
We had someone steal from the blacksmith.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go guard it right now.
Three. If someone was going to leave, it should have been one or two people. If anyone.
There should have always been somebody in the smithy at all times until things are properly secured, but they weren't.
Matillion attempted to
Yeah, and so I guess I should clarify that point. What actually Gorg and some others, or I guess the whole group really, probably besides Reese, they thought that they were getting stream sniped. Somebody in the group was streaming, and they thought, I think Gorg was streaming, and they thought they were getting stream sniped and that somebody was coming in, watching their stream, and after seeing that they left watching their stream, came in and stole all their shit, which it was actually Reese.
Rally everyone to rebuild their strength, but the entirety of the town had lost their will.
Yeah, no, I would help, but like, man, I'm just...
It doesn't matter.
I got so lucky, by the way, to get this clip. This is like, all of these clips are completely authentic, and I got so lucky to get this piece because this is such like a good revealing moment in transition.
There's no reason for you to help me with this, man. You've done enough.
Because, like...
What's up, Toku?
You're right. I did leave the forge, and I shouldn't have done that.
At the very least, leave someone. You always want to leave someone.
And the reason they're so sad is because they smith so much iron. That takes so... I don't think people who don't know, like haven't played Vintage Story, won't understand how many hours it took them to do that. Like, some of the players, for anybody who hasn't played Vintage Story, some of the players on this event, all they did was smith the entire time. Like, that's all they did. Until probably closer to the end when everybody was geared up. But, like, it's so much work, and we didn't have mods that make it easier, so it's all by hand. Like, it's all by hand. So it really is, like, very devastating.
I left Reese. You acted like it was a regular single player. Yes, you left Reese.
And so what I actually wanted to do here... is instead of having this split, I actually wanted the screen to like crumble away because you can hear like in the background kind of the pulling, and to me that makes me think more of like crumbling, but I just couldn't get like a good effect to do it.
She has a terrible reputation, doesn't it? Yes, it's because in every
because there's people there.
And this is something that I've done before, maybe for another video. I can't remember. Yeah, I did it for one of my 100 days video. I think my first 100 days video. But I really love having the voiceovers, like this, and kind of the fading in and out. It's one of my favorite things to do. Not gonna lie, the video was peaked, but from reading comments on it by players, it seems like a lot was trimmed, especially the end resolution. What was your decision process for this? We're gonna get to that towards the end, Tokupi. I think a lot of it is kind of, I mean, there are gonna be players who are gonna be upset about things that didn't get in there that they think is cool that just didn't make it. So there's part of that, and then also just from my perspective of what footage do I have? How am I feeling about the video and stuff like that? So there's a lot of factors that go into it. It's kind of complicated, but I would say that there was the one thing that you'll see in the comments is the duel between Torch and Joe. I feel like it probably should have been in there. So should have used a burned effect here. The split works though. Reese reveal goes crazy. Hey Beaver, what's the story with Reese? What's the story? Wait, pause. I want to talk about this area. Are you and Reese best friends? No, we're not. We're not best friends. Reese and I are lovers. No, I'm kidding. No, me and Reese are besties. Me and Reese are besties. I'm just kidding. The little underground area I dug in the side of the cliff and Vimy built on top of it, that is where a lot of the stuff I stole was hidden. Yeah, so there was a little... This image right here of Reese is in an underground cliff area. I don't know why I'm saying cliff area, but it's a little underground area in Hilltop that Reese is hiding in, and he hid a lot of Hilltop shit in here. And I did interview Reese in this little cubby hole a couple of times, but if you guys have ever pulled up the world download and got on it, you can. This is a secret area. It's a pretty good little secret area, I have to say.
Different kind of playing because I want to
black bars, baby.
Make them fight each other. That's my ultimate goal. Is I want
you talk so loud.
Well, we have had problems.
Also, to be clear, I think you did a solid job keeping it understandable and following major plot lines. Thank you for the hard work. Was just curious about the process. Well, thank you, Tokubi. I appreciate that. Absolutely, thank you very much.
Problems with them stealing the
It was day
so
2, Reese.
Maybe we can.
Or it was day 3. You know, it's kind of the days are. I guess it's actually day 3, Reese. It's actually day 3. Thank you, Tokubi.
Up something that will spark something. Because last time they stole from Hilltop went over to Corn, and we...
So, this is where Kingdom of Rain's castle ends up being. They're kind of partially built castle, and it looks like Germa cleared out like a bunch of... Made the entire area completely fat. Jesus. Just made the area fat as fall, dude. You ever make an area just so fat? But Germa, the castle that Rain has, like, they completely... It was well, I don't want to say it was all because I don't 100% know, but a lot of it was Germa.
Talked it out. But that was just over, a few copper. Now imagine if something was bigger. Because we just recently built a vault.
A vault?
A vault with our iron in it.
I'd imagine if that were gone, that would turn some heads.
Well, I'm sure that
this is the music that issues... Oh, is it just some guy? This is the music, huh? Interesting. Great minds think alike, right?
I can obviously provide information on where it is, but other than that...
I didn't know, to be honest. I really didn't.
Reese had been conspiring with the Kingdom of Rain behind the scenes. While the leaders of Hilltop had left, Reese was one of few remaining members, subsequently giving Germa an opportunity to sneak in and once again steal all of the Coalition's iron. Coincidentally, a player named Morgan Swamp had appeared around the same time.
So Morgan Swamp is like just a completely random, like, I don't know what Morgan Swamp was up to. Just doing random shit, stealing stuff. Morgan Swamp was with Korn for a little bit. And then, so Morgan Swamp comes into Hilltop and steals this iron anvil and gets kind of caught, not necessarily caught, but... They see Morgan Swamp stealing, and they chase Morgan Swamp for a little bit, and then they pin the iron theft on Morgan Swamp, and they didn't see the whole Germa thing, so there's really no like, ability to inquire there, because the blame got pinned on Morgan Swamp, so there's no, like, who did this, because if Morgan Swamp would have never showed up and did that, a completely independent actor of any of this, then they would have had reason to go and question and be like, okay, who did this? But they had this in this mind that it was just this independent individual that just like randomly did this. So, which honestly speaks to their security that somebody could just walk into their forge and steal all their iron ingots is like crazy.
Stealing an iron anvil and was pinned for the theft of not only the anvil, but the 40 meteoric and iron ingots sitting in the forgery. With this, Hilltop had entirely collapsed. Most of the members deserted the town, seeking refuge.
I'm not a video guy, but where are you guys searching for and choosing your royalty for your music? I pay for Epidemic Sound. I pay for Epidemic Sound and Artlist. Artlist is not very good, though.
Another group.
Epidemic has great sound effects, and their music isn't as good as it used to be, but they still have a lot of good music. I want to get another one because I've done so much scour of Epidemic.
While a few tried to pick up the pieces. Reese, aware of his reputation, traveled to the Kingdom of Rain to
no way,
fake his
Reese.
death.
Hey.
Yeah, so the fact that Jerma is stealing and Morgan Swamp stealing at the same time is just a crazy coincidence to pin that on Morgan. I want to say that the revive mechanic does bring an interesting aspect into the game, which I think is very unique and cool. We almost, by the way, before we did this event, we were going to do it on 1.20 because 1.21 wasn't out. And dead ass, I don't know how many, it was like days before the event. It was like, okay, 1.21 is out. And I was like, oh my God, are we serious right now? Going to destroy everything. So that came out around the same time. One plum and square and some locks would have saved them. Utterly generational fumble. I think we got to talk about the death faking ruse here because what Reese did next caused a shitstorm. Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's hard to, like with a lot of things, like Reese technically can do that and say Reese from here on out is telling people that he's a spectator. And Reese can do that. That's not technically against the rules. And people have asked me, like, is Reese spectating? I said no. Like, Drakir asked me, is Reese a spectator? And I said, no, Reese is not a spectator. Nobody's allowed to spectate. And I said that to several different people, and Reese was still getting away with it. So I don't know why people were believing Reese. That doesn't make any sense to me. You also got to tell them I talked to Beaver about this. Yeah, I don't understand.
Perfect. Joining Super Obama's shadowy group with their hideout in the jungle. The last thing to happen on day 4 was in Ashmore where...
Yeah, I asked beforehand. Yeah, and it's not technically against the rule. I mean, it's just, I wouldn't do it personally, but it's not against the rule. So it's like, I understand why people would be upset, but it's just one of those things that I guess can be handled better in the next event, you know?
Tim and Slotch.
Like, I just don't understand the idea of, like, holding on to, like, we've had, like, a couple of things, like, a couple of drama situations in the event, and I just don't understand, like, holding on to those so hard at the end of the day is my thing. But, I mean, I get it to some degree.
The diplomats of the obelisk peacefully overthrew the current council system. After visiting other civilizations, the diplomats realized just how far behind they were, deciding that strong leadership must be instituted if the bear people were to survive.
Which was true. The Ashmore was not, like, up to date. They were kind of lagging behind. This is one of my favorite moments, actually, is, like, all of this shit goes down, and then you get the, like, the silence, and then Murmle's voice is great. Murmle has a great voice.
Must be instituted if the bear people were to survive.
Ooh. Okay.
I love this shot. Let me know what you guys think about this.
Yeah, I thought it might interest you since we last talked, where I said that I am firmly part of the triumvirate. I have felt that my personal values and the values of the triumvirate start like drifting apart, which is, I guess,
Ocean shots are always great, W.
My whole thing is the truth. I do not like lies. I want
this shot is so storytelling. It feels so personal. I think I didn't realize at the time this was a great shot. I like that, Ween. It is a great shot, and that's kind of what I wanted to go for. Is like this personal feeling, because I wanted people to connect to Murmle, obviously, and then Murmle to die, so it's like awesome.
Truth to be the penultimate thing. And I was asked multiple times by triumvirate members.
Yeah, well, really, it's on me, Bunny, because I was really the only one moderating it.
The truth. To give them a better outcome. And I always declined, because that is not my personal.
I've missed a lot now. I'm a homo person. Welcome back,
Ween.
Ween.
I didn't decline. I did not disclose to anyone else where Bauxite is. And I have talked to one Rivervale member that asked me where Bauxite is, and I said I don't know. Which is the only lie I've told on the server. And I feel bad, to be quite honest, because my whole thing is truth, and I feel I've, in a way, betrayed my values a bit. Truth is my one thing, and also like positivity. And I've done a lot to inhibit positivity among all the people, especially on the South Continent. And I feel like people are out for blood. I have built up quite a good relationship with like Super Obama, for example, the leader of the Kingdom of Rain.
The hobo that only wanted peace, Noculus says.
I'm the only one on the server that has a positive relationship with them. Just because people really don't like Super Obama and like his crew. And I've been told by people from Cornucopia, people from Hilltop, people from the Triumvirate to not trust Super Obama. But my initial gut says I should, because I think Super Obama is a good person, even though he might have different values than other people. But also, I do not 100% know. I have a very strong feeling that they're not the bandits.
Yeah, 100%, Ween. I wanted Mermal to be kind of the conduit as well for people receiving the story of a lot of things that were happening on top of just my own narration. Because Mermal and I would have these talks every once in a while about... That's why he says, I thought it would interest you since we last spoke. Mermal would inform me. Mermal was not only informing the world, but was informing me of a lot of things that was going on. So shout out Mermal.
Mainly because I trust Super Obama, but it could very well be that he's been marinating me the whole time. Or better than I've been marinating myself the whole time. I personally would like everyone to just be happy. And I know people won't, but also I just believe in the people. I just
How sweet, Mermal.
Very positive image.
It's unfortunate.
Of, like, people. I think I'll provide the Triumvirate with information for the time being. But it may as well be that I will not anymore. But it is hard to say. Things are heating up and I don't like it.
The scribe was not wrong about the rising tension, but there was still a faction relatively unfazed by all of the mischief going on. The Remnant Order, or more commonly known as the Bastion.
So this is the Bastion. We'll kind of explain the Bastion a little bit. The Bastion was there always seems to be in every event somebody that wants to keep the peace and save every refuge that comes about, you know? And that's kind of what the Bastion was about, is they wanted to refugee a lot of people. And they did that in Day 8. Like, in Day 8, after the Dwarves and Rivervale had invaded Cornucopia, Rivervale, like Amnesia Joe, Plague, Rozzy, who were all Rivervale members, and then Khorne members like Navari and some other individuals, as well as, who was the other one? I believe there was one other, Triumvirate. There were Triumvirate members that came to the Bastion after the invasion of Khorne happened and the massacre happened. A lot of people came to the Bastion, and the Bastion really would take in anybody and really didn't have an issue. They kind of had just a very peaceful society, and things just went there. Their whole deal was like they worshipped the serpent, and they had I think 3 different tiers. So they had paladins, knights, and then one below that, possibly squires, maybe. And maybe it's the other way around, but they were peaceful for the most part, and honestly had a good force. You can see here they have this outside wall that you can see, and that's fine and dandy. But this part right here, there's like an entire ecosystem inside this that you cannot see. And going up in here, they have some like a little bit of strategic stuff here, but it really is a bastion. Like, to get in here is not easy, although Germa did it somehow, so I'm not sure, but immediately died. So they were mostly peaceful. And then there's Fern's bamboo hut back here, which is beautiful. But yeah, they didn't have a lot of too many things happen until Day 8 was kind of tumultuous for him. It was interesting.
Was a refuge for all who sought peace and protection.
How do you feel about some mining to that?
Make some pies for the new squires we're gonna do. We're gonna promote. The dragon loves pies.
So there's I didn't show it, but there's like kind of, I didn't really have enough around it. But really, what's the dark? They have like this serpent mound monument on the edge of the world next to the void that they worship, and that's what Quantum Cube is referring to. They would take individuals there.
Feel about some mining to that.
Make some pies for the new squires we're gonna do. We're gonna promote. The dragon loves pies.
I don't exactly know what his deal with dragons are.
I
I'm scared to ask.
With the highest ranking members, called the Paladins,
True,
generally have
Solis.
the most say in Bastion affairs, those being Greenwood, Quantum Cube, and Pua. They had also constructed an impressive tower for Hellhammer use, which greatly improved their ability to process iron, and actually was processing some.
They were processing a shit ton of iron. This setup is actually kind of cracked. And that's another thing, like right here, they are processing some stuff for the dwarves, which aren't too far away. Like, that's another interesting thing that I feel like you don't see in Minecraft. Not trying to, like, shit all over that, but just something that I think is going to kind of go unnoticed. It's not really played up much. I don't know how you play it up a lot, but kind of an little interesting thing. Yeah, the siege that never happened. We'll get into that.
For the dwarves. And speaking of the dwarves, Amnesia Joe, after visiting the Bastion, stopped by the dwarf hold and was introduced to the secret death pit.
Oh my god.
That goes to the mantle.
Spidertron death pit. W Spidertron.
A 64-block deep chasm that reached to the mantle, which was situated underneath the entrance to the dwarven gates as a trap when needed.
I don't think you should be showing them this. You know, the death pit is supposed to be a secret.
I suppose it is no longer a secret, but in the meantime...
The pit reveal made me giggle. I wonder why he told me. When you have that great of a creation, you gotta show the people. You gotta show the people. Look at this shit.
Suspicions were growing about the Kingdom of Rain. At Cornucopia, which seemed to be the epicenter of many meetings, Tim brought up his concerns about the bandits.
I will say, just to point out, this town hall to what they go to later in the video is crazy.
I just feel like there's something brewing in the storm. We just
big
I
time
don't
upgrade,
know.
Chad.
Last time, like I said, the guys with the meteoric iron helmets, they heard information that they, I feel like, shouldn't, because I don't know who invited them here, why they come to this meeting last time, but they heard information. They feel like when we're saying there are the bad guys were
Him spin facts.
wherever steel going around raiding stuff. Why were they here and hearing that information? That was last time I was thinking about it. Why were they even here?
I'll be honest, them showing up was a little random, but
Look at this. Look at this. Just I love the little idle animations as well. I don't know if you guys feel this way, but the way that characters move in Vintage Story adds a lot of personality, at least to me. They feel more individual than they do when I see them in Minecraft videos. Like, I think because Vintage Story characters are so much more human-like in their movements, it feels like they're more relatable. And they also have these little idle animations. So you see, like, I don't know who this is over here. I apologize. But putting their hand up to their mouth and like, huh. Interesting, you know? I wonder.
Them showing up was a little random.
You know? It's like...
Shortly after this small assembly, Super Obama appeared at Corn with news.
Has anyone seen a guy called Sir Reginald recently?
Why do you ask?
No, but we're also looking for him.
Background noise.
I'm
Super
pretty
Obama.
sure I just saw him stealing from my farm like 10 minutes ago.
Sir Reginald is our aspiring bee monopolist belonging to the Rivervale. Mermal, immediately upon hearing these allegations, traveled to uncover the truth.
Left the thieves among us now.
Yes. Among us?
Yes.
Among Us? That
May
kills
I
me.
ask you what you've done this session?
I've traveled to other cities, I've sold some bee stuff, and I've come back here and worked at my house.
Have you perchance stolen something?
No.
So, because you are accused of stealing
True, buddy.
things.
What? From where? From where?
My middle word though.
The Kingdom of Rain.
So where did you go this session?
Oh, I just went to the band.
So I can't remember if there was somebody that Super Obama actually saw and they saw the letter S and then just accused, or it was fake once again. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Blue Lake is what the Triumvirate calls it.
Plague is sad we didn't include his top hat though.
Lady there. Then I went to the Triumvirate. And then I went to the Bastion.
It was fake.
And then I went home.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, come in. What is it like you want to speak about?
I'm surprised there wasn't more role playing, not enough silly kingly voices. I think Noculus, a lot of people in this event, it was like their first time ever in an event, so that was probably why.
I think someone is deliberately framing someone. I will travel back there and find out. There is something.
I think Super Obama lied. Yeah.
More and more doubtful of maybe.
Yeah, Joe did put on a bit of a voice.
He's been involved in a lot of things.
But he said, "Did Super Obama lie?" Yes. Yeah. Joe put on a bit of a voice.
I don't particularly.
But the reason that Rain ended up killing Mermal shortly after this is because they knew that Mermal was starting to come around and be like, okay, the Rain is not as good as I thought they were.
No, if that.
And you can see Mermal expressing that here.
Is trustworthy, but I will go there and confront them. Super Obama pretty certainly accused Sir Reginald of being in their farm, and Sir Reginald said that he was only at the garden and the Triumvirate and the Bastion, which, in my opinion,
yeah, very true, Salus. I think we're gonna aim more next event for roleplay, not like I sent a message in the chat or Discord or whatever. We're gonna go for like roleplay next event. So
seems like a more likely route.
Big fan of the dwarf shenanigans, of course.
Very important. After some recent discussion, I think we've been talking about the socialists and stuff, and I don't think they're our biggest concern.
I tell you what, speaking of voices, Big Papa Wrangler would be the best voice actor. Well, you guys will see, I guess, later. I mean, you've already seen it, but he's the best, dude. I love his voice.
I think the Kingdom of Rain and their shenanigans of just accusing people is a lot higher on the list. So if we were to raise a village, I think it would be theirs and not just.
Yes.
I'm much happier with that decision, honestly.
And there's there's one little cinematic impact that I use. That's what it's like kind of called, I guess, but you can hear it briefly there.
So
it's stuff like that
if we were to raise a village,
I'll let it
I
play
think it
here.
would be theirs and not just.
Yes.
It's stuff like that I don't think anybody notices in TV shows and stuff. Like, you don't really notice it, but subconsciously you hear it and you feel it in your emotions without really consciously realizing it. So when you are editing, people do think a lot about music, but also thinking about, and I don't do a great job of it, but using risers and little booms and stuff like that is also important. As well as ambience. Like, there's a couple of shots in here where I use ambience, like crickets chirping and stuff like that, just some sort of background noise.
I'm much happier.
Joe said my inventory manager is horrible. Yeah, what is this hot bar? What am I looking at? What kind of hot bar is this? Holy shit.
They've been throwing his name.
Hypothetically, how would one worm their way into an event? Pure thought experiment, of course. Definitely, we're going to have applications, Noculus, and then definitely I take a liking to people that are involved in the community, whether that be like in streams or in Discord or stuff like that. So, but we'll have an application process as well. Weed said, I seem so tame in this video, but a lot of my actual sentiment was not shown. I was so bloodthirsty. Weed's crazy. Tim's got a good voice for sly, sneaky characters, which is funny because he's hilariously blunt at the same time. That is true. It's true. That is so true. Everyone did have a unique feel. One of the things that's not... I cannot look at Joe's gameplay. It makes me want to cry. One of the funny things that doesn't get in this video is there's a meeting between Ashmore and the dwarves before they raid Cornucopia. And Big Papa is sitting there selling, Big Papa's the dwarves, they're the dwarves. So he's sitting there selling Ashmore on like, hey, let's have this alliance. And let's go and kill people. And it doesn't make it into the video because it's kind of convoluted a little bit, a little strung out. But then at one point, Tim comes in and Big Papa's like, dude, Tim, let me sell you on this alliance. And Tim's like, brother, I'm sold, but let me ask you this question. He's like, he's like, do you like Lord of the Rings? Out of character, do you like Lord of the Rings? And Big Papa's like, because Tim likes dwarves too. And Big Papa's like, fuck yeah, dude, I love Lord of the Rings. And then Tim's like, okay, when can I give you sloppy toppy? I'm like, oh my God. I wanted to put that in the video so bad, but that was just so random and so funny. Big Papa's like, whoa.
And
Completely irrelevant from this, but just a funny side story that didn't make it in.
Mouse. They've been accusing us. They've been stealing. They've just been terrible people. And if we did raise their village, it would not be an act of aggression, but
Some
more
dummy
of
is crazy.
defensive measures.
I would rather.
Even Tam, like, Super Obama was so fake when we were there.
If we could get the defenses up and done this session and get armor production done, we could strike them tomorrow, like next time.
I recognized it when she slew me in combat. And then I talked about this on a previous stream. This is all foreshadowing, of course. But one of the things that I implemented a lot, and I might have went a little bit too overboard because I was a little Bram happy. But these sounds are called Brams, and I don't know what it is, but I love them in movies and I love them in videos and stuff when they're used properly. One of the examples, and it's not really a Bram, but it kind of has the same tone as when Godzilla is charging up his beam. It's kind of similar. They're not exactly the same, but very similar. And I don't know what, they just tickle my fancy. I'm trying to think of what would be a good example. If I think of one, I'll bring it up. But I love them in shows. Like I feel like they just kind of elicit a lot of emotion.
It has sown some suspicion on you, like from my side. I verified that this
Ball
is not, in fact, the one.
Okay, how do you know that?
I've talked.
This is one of the instances where the head motions are good from Super Obama a couple times.
Like 99% sure.
Alright, who would you say it was then? Because this is like the third time this has happened, and I'm kind of annoyed.
It wasn't Sir Reginald, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, but I'm gonna be honest. Unless you can give me a name, I'm just gonna be suspicious of that guy from now. Because you're just saying no, it wasn't. You're just saying no, it wasn't, and I'm like, okay, well, who the fuck was it then?
And it doesn't seem that he could.
Small plot hole. I think Mermel's character actually has Cobra side braids here, but since this is a reshoot, I forgot that Mermel had those. So
each year in a timely manner. And I've confirmed, multiple sources confirmed the route.
Okay, well that's a bit annoying then.
The thing is, it's hard. Like, no matter where I go, it is always like some sort of misinformation. And it always
it is hard to lose. I could see it.
That fucking sucks. I don't really care too much. I just want to farm my berries and my fly, dude.
No, I mean, misinformation I hear, and then it resolves to you, like you having said that.
Well, then again, I don't really go around a lot, so I probably get a lot of muddied information. The only people I talk to is Corn, and the only information I get is from Corn.
Yeah, so buddy, that was a reshoot.
It's just a blatant lie, and I just start going, yeah, this is true, and it's just a lie.
Yeah.
The scribes trust in Super
See, like
Obama
that little noise right there, that little that after I like that. That's a nice touch, and then also like Super Obama awkwardly scratching his head right here.
Under greater scrutiny. But Mermel still extended an invitation to him to attend the first world meeting that would be happening in the garden, a peaceful area built up by Felly Draws. Felly was the only player who had stayed behind when the Triumvirate and Brotherhood departed from Bamboo Lake on day 2. Every faction attended this meeting, except for the dwarves, as their dictator was paranoid about being murdered. As everyone settled down, the meeting began with introductions and some general...
Okay, let me rewind it back, by the way, because this is so... I thought this was so funny.
Every faction attended this meeting, except for the dwarves, as their dictator was paranoid about being murdered.
So what he actually said, what Big Papa actually said, is that he didn't want to go to the meeting because he was scared he was going to get ass fucked. That's what he actually said.
As everyone settled down, the meeting began with introductions and
I think it was too appropriate for the video, though.
Business. After some discussion, an interesting accusal.
Also, on the point of the meeting being discussions, it was like the longest meeting ever with nothing happening, and then this being brought up, which is actually important, but like nothing else was accomplished, and it was at least an hour long. By the way, look at these two individuals have the same haircut and the same look. Kind of insane.
Of Zodiacal and Sir Reginald of Rivervale. got brought up. Supposedly, a couple remaining members of Hilltop were trying to rebuild when they saw a pair of players.
This is a reshoot. This right here is a reshoot too.
Ransacking what measly resources were left. Subsequently, the captain retorted the claims.
I'm the quartermaster at Rivervale, and I have been building and expanding our farms. I've heard these claims already being put up against us, and it makes no sense that we would go steal from them. We have all the resources and plenty more than they have. We also had our own boat stolen, so to me, it sounds like an impossible tall tale.
Like is sitting on honey over here, by the way. We heard so little Greenwood, such a shame for a unique voice. Actually, did we hear him at all? We did hear him. Yeah, it sucks that we didn't hear him a lot, but we did hear Greenwood.
There should be any way that we.
But yeah, Greenwood does have a unique voice. I love it.
I think Super Obama should speak out before.
I agree. Yeah, my bad.
Yes.
The ones that were sacking the fields in that accusation were Super Obama and Zombiezilla. And the person that ran up and caught the name tags just saw the first letter of each one, or at least just remembered the first letter of each one. And then they accused Sir Reginald and Zodiacal instead of Super Obama and Zombiezilla.
So
Yeah, go for it.
I do want to apologize to Sir Reginald because I also accused you of stealing from me, but Murmo informed me that.
Who the f are you?
Is that incorrect, Reese?
Do I know you?
Ouch.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. So,
Shortly after Super Obama's apology, the meeting ended with some smaller groups forming to travel.
It was me and
together back
Zombie
to
and we
their
didn't touch their crops? I don't think so, though. I don't think so, Reese, because I remember, I'm pretty sure Super told me that it was him and Zombie.
respective lands, along with some exchanging farewells.
I have to say, I think it was good that you came. People have.
It is interesting. I almost wonder if Murmo is flipping back right here to trusting the bandits, you know, because before this, Murmo is starting to not trust the bandits as much. But then right here, I wonder if Murmo goes back to being confident in them.
Not seen you as the bandits anymore.
yeah, it's mainly because they hadn't seen me. Period.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's good that you are part of this.
Everyone appeared to be in high spirits and enjoying each other's company. However, that was all about to change.
All right, I'll put in my calendar once again.
All right. This time it will.
This is funny.
I promise.
I guess I should clarify there because it's not clarified. But just some guy's event at the end that's what he's talking about, is putting that event on. And he wanted to put the event on early, like session 6, I believe, but things were just always happening and delaying the event. He was going to do it session 7, but then everybody got murked. So it was just, we finally got there at the end.
Put in my calendar once again.
All right. This time it will.
And then it all went to shit.
Thank you for blessing me. You're welcome.
Both of you are like.
I love this, by the way.
Like waiting, so kind of.
Got a problem with blue people. Plus, I'm green.
I know.
This is Inhale Bees, and Inhale Bees is the one that ends up killing Germa. And Inhale Bees, I don't know what his deal was, but his favorite thing to do was to take off his mask, and he had like the little whisk broom mustache, and he was like, I've got an evil face. It's like...
I don't have a problem.
He does it right here. Look, he does it. He's got a chin patch. He's like, look at my evil face.
Go to him. Go to him. I don't care.
They'll fucking stab you, dude. They're all psychopaths. Don't fucking do it.
So I kind of wanted an abrupt change here because I was tired. I'm not tired, but like I felt like the audience would be tired of all the foreplay, because really up to this point, nefarious things have happened, but there's been no like violence or like major turning points, I felt like. So I kind of almost wanted to be a bit abrupt and scary, I guess.
But
I didn't know how to transition into this point. It started to get serious. But this right here, this actually did happen. And I had to reshoot this because the original one is is Murmel and J-Bolt, but both of them have Ghost, and J-Bolt's Ghost is like doing the run, you know? Like, you know the run? If you're in the event, you know the run that I'm talking about, the run that your Ghost does. In the event, we had a lot of we had issue with Ghosts appearing, but they do like the run the entire time. So I had to reshoot this one, and that's why you see the little chicken appear, and then you see a cat appearance. So yeah, that was funny. Of course, I was running. Yeah, this shot feels so eerie. So was that door representing the storage cache that was uncovered? That door, Noculus, is the pit that Murmel dies in. That's the pit that Murmel dies in, is what that trap door is. The screen shake on the prison hole is a bit rough. A color inversion of boom sound might be better. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could use some work. It's my first time doing kind of that. But I think it serves the purpose, at least. Oh, that's the wrong one. Gosh darn it. Let me go back a little bit.
They'll fucking stab you, dude. They're people. Plus, I'm.
Oh, I went back a little too far. My bad.
Problem with blue people.
Yeah, these people will kill you. They're all
Go to him.
psychopaths.
Go to him. I don't care.
They'll fucking stab you, dude. They're all psychopaths. Don't fucking do it.
But the information you provided me is pretty interesting. I
don't know who J-Bolt belongs to. I think the Bastion, but I'm not 100% sure.
Down with the leader of the dwarf faction. They were planning a raid of Super Obama and Super Obama's faction. And I was speaking to them and convinced them that they may hold off their raid because they may not be the bandits. With the information you provided me, I am not sure if I should go to them and disclose that, because mainly I don't want to like involve myself too much into politics. Like my shtick is I will provide information to everyone who I think would be helped by
Oh, okay, I see. I got you, Tiara. I got you. My bad on that. I probably should have put a disclaimer on that. My bad.
Is really helping, you know?
But here's the thing.
Yeah, that chicken. So, my bad on that, TR. My bad. I didn't even think about that, honestly.
Helped by that information, but
in the
I don't
reshoot,
know if causing a war or a raid.
This chicken actually, like seconds after this, Murmel, well, the character, I guess technically me, is sitting there at my second account, and this chicken turns and runs into Murmel and boots the character, like the I guess you'd say the character. Off the edge, the figure off the edge. And I was like, damn it, you're ruining it. So literally it turns, runs into the body and moves it off. I'm like, motherfucker.
Really helping, you know?
But here's the thing. If that information...
That would have been a
helped
funny
them
point to include.
make a decision on to do a raid or not to do a raid. If they didn't do a raid and Super Obama
It's the solution that I love him even more now.
build up enough resources to then raid the dwarf or another settlement.
Chicken is the best character.
You could have saved hundreds of lives.
So, I mean, that's an interesting point to think about. And that did happen. I mean, all of this happened, of course, but it's just interesting that happened. These are not my favorite shots of all time, but it's what I had to work with.
So, is there a good way up here?
And then another thing that I like to do is use those kind of bassy hits of songs to transition clips. It helps when you don't want to transition visually. You can transition it with sound.
By the way,
Chicken was trying to get Murmel away.
Oh, yeah, I hear you, but you're like cut off a bit, but not that much. Wait, what's that?
Just a excavation. I want you to fall in. Actually, you can go in here. Check that out.
Don't go in there, Murmel. Don't go in there. Don't go in there.
Yeah, but how do I?
Shucks. Shucks.
No. No.
Don't do it. So, by the way, this is an important side note.
No. No.
It's important to know that Murmel has food for when later on. Murmel had flint tools. Yeah, Murmel had nothing for later on.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, bud. You know, I thought that was gonna be way harder. I thought I was gonna have to like threaten you to get in there. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, but I also don't like mistrust you, to be honest.
Yeah, that's your new home. We actually built this just for you.
Just for me.
Yeah, like you'll hear from me. There's.
Can you like tell me why?
See, there you see the Cobra side braids that you didn't see earlier.
We don't like you.
Which is not exactly true. It's not that. I think Germa just said that, but it's actually because Murmel knew too much. And was growing suspicious.
Interesting. Bit sad, but I get
Bit
it.
sad.
What's your opinion on your new home?
That's testiculous.
I'm mostly like sad that you are bad after all. But since sorry. Yeah, but I quite like you, to be honest. I still don't.
I like the time sound effects here. Did you like these hoplites? This is like this. So this is earlier, like I said earlier in the stream. These are my favorite type of sound effects to make. So I'm glad you like them. They're my favorite type of. This is my favorite type of edit to do. Is like building up a sound and then doing sort of like a montage clip style.
And I've been told to not trust Super Obama.
We're not the fucking bandits.
So I think you
What's
may
up,
have
Gizzo?
saved their ass.
I'm now of the firm belief that they are not the bandits.
So, just quickly, like songs like that right there are so hard to find. Hello, I lurk here. What's up, Gizzo? Songs like that are so hard to find. Like a song like that is so dynamic, and you'll find like a few of those every once in a while, like that are super dynamic and kind of versatile in what you can do with them, and they're really good for certain case uses. Like they're perfect. Like I have a couple of them in here, but I just love stuff like that and timing up edits like that.
To be honest,
because this song is playing forever. Like it's playing all the way from here.
How do I get out?
Well, I can let you out.
It's this right here. Like when I found this, I was like, this is perfect. And that's all the same song for like the next minute and a half. The music is perfect here, Beaver. The moment where he first falls in the hole and you hear that single chord. Let's go, Salus! Let's go!
I thought I was gonna have to like.
Let's go!
In there. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, but I also don't like mistrust you, to be honest.
Yeah, that's your new home.
They do, just some guy.
For you.
Just for me.
Yeah, like you'll hear from me. There's.
And I didn't use the entirety of the song,
like,
but the entirety of the
why?
song is awesome. You did such an amazing job. Thank you, Edgeway.
You don't
Thank
like me. Interesting. Bit sad, but
that was
it.
evil. That was evil, man.
I'm mostly like sad that you are bad after all. But since
sorry.
Yeah, but I quite like you, to be honest. I still don't not like you. And I've been told to not trust Super Obama.
We're not the fucking bandits.
So I think you may have just saved their ass.
I'm now of the firm belief that they are not the bandits. Oh, hello.
Another thing. Sorry, really quickly. It's also really shocking how relatively early Murmel dies. Yeah. Yeah. And the music here with the flashbacks. Yeah, it's I love it, honestly. And one thing that if any of you are interested in making videos, a little editing tidbit, I guess. Sometimes what I'll do is, if anybody is familiar with Premiere Pro, like that song right there, that's not the end of the song, but there's a part there at the end where there's a specific beat, and what you do is you cut that beat, and then you nest it, and then you add a studio reverb to it, but you also take a piece of it, you copy and paste it and take it way out so you can extend the reverb out, and then you disable that. So then you have this beat that stops, but it's a little bit of reverberation. You're not like gonna really hear it, but if I didn't have it there, you would notice that it wasn't there. So it's a weird thing like that. It's weird stuff like that, but little random tidbit. So
I see here.
You might like Journey OST there. Ooh.
Yeah, as I said, I like everyone told me,
right?
But I tried so hard to like. I wanted them so hard to be good, but I guess. That's what I said when I said I was like more marinating myself than any of them marinating me. Like,
Afterthoughts.
Yeah, I remember your exact comment.
It is fine. I'm not mad at any one of them.
Right. I got to nerd out, Reese. I got to nerd out.
It's a bit sad because if they would have told me, I would have just been fine with it, to be honest.
Murmur was betrayed by the individuals which they advocated so much for and was entrapped in a cell that was reinforced by Plummet Square, which would have required nearly an entire iron pick.
Look
to
at that. That's 800. 800 is insane.
And the scribe had not even one tool.
The amount of iron that was spent reinforcing this is wild. I don't know. Reese, do you know what the exact number is? I should have included that in the video. That would have been a good inclusion.
A player named
Hey, by the way, nobody in the comment section of the YouTube videos said anything about the solo neutral tavern owner, okay? Nobody said nothing about solo neutral tavern owner. Come on. Right?
We broke one of those blocks, by the way. Penguin God, a solo neutral tavern owner, had stumbled upon Rain's castle.
Hello.
Penguin God was so close, and Reese was right there.
Murmur was trapped just on the other side of the walls, yet Penguin was led astray by Super Obama and given gifts for his travels.
You can have this for your journey.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Or maybe bribed. If Penguin had stumbled upon the trap, he most certainly would have been killed.
And at one point, one of the members of Rain does go, yeah, Penguin God, somebody almost walked in here and caught us, and we would have had to kill him
for doing so. Other people in the
Isn't that
world
so
were
sad?
going on
Isn't that
about
so
their
sad?
past, living their lives with no notion as to what
Isn't that
was
the saddest
happening.
thing you've
Most
ever
certainly
seen?
Would have been killed for
This
doing
moment had me
so.
screaming, flailing.
Other people
Look
in the
how
world
sad
were
that
going
is.
on about their tasks, living
Depressing.
their lives with no notion as to what was happening to the scribe. Nevertheless, the bandit group discussed what was in store for Murmur.
So you're just okay with dying and no one knowing?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes.
What
More than
else
likely,
should I do?
Salus. We should definitely try to do that.
I was kind of half expecting you to be screaming for it.
Why? As I said, I appreciate you guys, so...
Huh.
Murmur, how did you
I
fall
also
for
think
this
that
trap?
I don't know if y'all feel the same way, but I think that little from Super Obama is like interesting in a way. Like not being able to understand that,
I was
you
kind
know?
of half expecting you to be screaming for it.
Why? As I said, I appreciate you guys, so...
Huh.
Murmur, how did you fall for this trap? I'm interested because it's like an ominous
I knew it was a
trap
trap.
door in the ground. So you just walked in.
Yeah, why not? As I said, I generally like you guys. I think you guys have like a good art, but have like other issues, to be quite honest.
That is funny.
So, if you have like a trap, why wouldn't I go into it? So, I think it makes you feel better, so that's why I like did it.
And that's what I like. I like that statement, honestly, from Murmel. The fact that Murmel knows that that's what Rain wants, and that's what would make them feel good, is if they were able to trap Murmel. And for Murmel to know that and acknowledge that, and they don't understand that, but Murmel is thinking about their feelings and is willing to sacrifice and jump in the pit for their feelings, you know, is interesting.
Also, a potato flu is not one of your...
It is a very positive and sacrificial attitude. It's kind of crazy.
Is he?
No, just a random guy. We just pinned the boat on him. By the way, that boat that was stolen, we stole it, and then we disassembled it. We have the figurehead in our base.
You disassembled it. Aw.
Yeah,
I think it would have been so nice.
I was the one that stole it.
But yeah.
It's crazy, buddy. Subhuman.
The bandits were growing impatient and began to stone the scribe, but were careful not to kill Murmel as they wanted the starvation death message to avoid any suspicions of Murmel being killed by another player. However, they had made a mistake.
Fair enough, Bunny. Fair enough.
Nice, because like every
Fair enough.
Mermal, how low are you?
Bunny said Mermal put Rain's well-being over the rest of the server. Don't make him too much of a hero, which is true. You know, like that is true. And that's like why I said earlier about the neutral positivity as an interesting philosophy, but there's some kinks to be worked out there, you know. Mermal did get the last laugh. Oh, and by the way, this is another music moment that I love.
Made a mistake.
I think that would have been nice because like every shift turns into.
That is so.
Mermal, how low are you? How low are you?
Not gonna tell.
Like, quick,
on the plate armor. I'm finishing this. Wait, he's trying to kill himself with rocks.
Stop taking damage.
He's trying to kill himself with rocks.
True, Seleucid. It could also be that.
No, it doesn't work if you don't. Oh my god, he's actually killing himself with rocks.
I tested it.
This is the craziest thing, though, at this point, because I'm like, Test throws him rocks. Test throws rocks to Mermal. And at this point, I'm like, I am rooting for Mermal right now as I'm recording this. I'm like, please, Mermal, please don't die. And then Mermal ends up pulling the craziest Uno reverse I've ever seen.
Yeah, because Test threw a ton of rocks in there.
Why isn't he starting?
What did you do?
He's so killed by another players.
No, bro.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
Bro, who cares I gave him rocks? Why didn't you close the door? He wouldn't have been able to kill himself.
You pulled the whole server gray.
I don't know why his character was so dark. It's like in a shadow there.
Oh, wait, what?
This is also like one of my favorite moments as well, is people getting the reactions of people. I'm so glad that Tim recorded to see the reaction is great.
Joe just died. What happened?
I knew this was gonna happen.
Just got killed by another player.
Shit, there's a bad faction on the server,
That guy
guys.
from Discord, though.
I basically know what faction what did that.
Yeah, that person is a block of floating air.
Oh no!
How good is that?
One of my only friends is dead.
I suggest we send an investigation team that's a neutral third party down to Rivervale to actually see where exactly this murder may have happened.
Greenwood's posh voice.
Trace like a skeleton, you know? Yes, exactly.
And I wanted to include Greenwood's investigation party, but I really didn't know how to weave it in there real nice, because I do like it as a plot point. But I just don't know. There's just so much that goes on, and it's hard to get it. Next time, if I had the same scenario next time, I think I would just like. It's hard because I can't expect people with as small of a channel as I am to like commit to watching such a long thing, you know. And I want people to be able to experience and watch the great thing that everyone created here. So it's hard for me to commit to making a longer video, but there is so many things that happen.
Told me he was going towards the socialist afterwards.
If you want to, I can send some people from the Bastion to go investigate this, because we're a neutral third party. We live very far away from all this stuff. We can go down there, search the whole route, see if we can find any concrete evidence, and report back at the next meeting.
Oh, true. Thoughts on the garden. Thoughts on the garden. Thoughts on the garden run by Felly Draws. Sick, best place on earth, right, Philly? W place. Beautiful place, honestly. Most beautiful place on the server. By the way, for people who, I guess I haven't really explained it, but the garden was a peaceful area. And eventually, I think it was in the second or the first worldwide meeting, but the garden was declared as a peaceful area. And if anybody attacked it, they were automatically like KOS. And the chiseling is crazy. So you can see each chair was chiseled with each respective faction's kind of insignia on the back. And then you can kind of see, I don't know if Felly and company did this little crown on there, but it's the chiseling in this game is just so sick, but it's very beautiful. A lot of cool stuff there.
I was heading
think the
back
chiseling in this game is just so sick.
Cornucopia, and I just want to say, this is just a piece of information. I am not putting any accusation in
This is the first time I've ever been in Tropics 2, Selous.
And I heard like dirt breaking beneath me.
Yeah, I wonder, Ween, or just ask generally in the chat, how many of y'all did got the world downloaded and went around and explored? Actually, we'll just save that for the end of stream. We'll save that for the end of stream.
I dug around a bit, and I found a hidden door that was reinforced.
The tree mural is so good, Philly.
Germa, the player. And that is in the area where this happened. I'm not saying keep in mind, this is still relatively close to his base, so it could just be something like an innocuous, like, resource stash, right?
I know some folks who have thrown suspicions Germa's way in the past. Yeah, I think the odds that Germa might have been the perpetrator are greater than 0.
Is Vane here right now? Do we have any representatives of Vane?
Vane is not currently here, I believe. The most likely person who would come to this meeting, as I believe they currently have 3 members, it would most likely be Super Obama, who was here last meeting.
Super Obama is not
Bunny,
the most
right there it looks like Bunny is
type.
talking, but Yuki's sitting behind Bunny.
Shifty, maybe, perhaps. He likes to troll people, in my experience, so I wouldn't take anything that he says like.
Oh,
100%.
interesting.
And to conclude
Yunin,
this, I
didn't
guess
know
the
that.
Bastion is gonna send an
You might have
investigation
messaged me about that, or
party
somebody
to,
did, I think.
I'm sorry, I'm very bad with names, but it's gonna do an investigation party.
I think, Yunin, if you type in the command to change the set amount of lives, you might be able to respawn.
And then next meeting.
Oh,
they
okay,
are
there,
gonna
Bunny said it
return
there.
with if they have any result.
After the meeting came to a close, people mourned the loss of the scribe, who was loved by many. And so I visited an individual Mermal stated to be a close friend, curious of how he felt about the passing of the scribe.
So up to this point, I had no idea that Amnesia Joe had the intent of killing the scribe. So an hour and 16 in, I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm a bit happy.
Really?
Any questions?
Why happy?
Any question? Well, there's something I regret to inform you of. The world soon, if I have my way, will be plunged into a war that will change it forever. I'm not a king, nor a leader, rather a servant of something greater. This world is built upon certain...
Honestly, this speech too, sorry, I interrupted it, my bad. Let me go back. But this speech, like, you're kind of spitting facts towards the end.
Really?
Any questions?
Why happy?
Any question? Well, there's something I regret to inform you of. The world soon, if I have my way, will be plunged into a war that will change it forever. I'm not a king, nor a leader, rather a servant of something greater. This world is built upon certain crevices of imperfections, and those imperfections will lead to a cascade of cruelty. Now, I know no world will ever be perfect. However, certain steps can lead to an outcome much greater than nature will yield. My simple solution will incur a world that after a few years will become greater than anything ever before. Not perfect, but great. For this to happen, I needed to get rid of certain roles. Now, I considered that scribe a friend. However, he was my antithesis, my opposite. Him perishing allowed this world for being made. Truths are something no one should always say. Lies and deception are the foundation of society. Without them, people would realize how terrible their lives are, to an extent which is much more than the burden of the noble act of not revealing it to them. He was the opposite of that. He would make sure this didn't happen.
Just to talk through this a little bit. So
he was the opposite.
Actually, I think this is a live clip, and one of the things that I thought about doing with these, and this is crazy. The masses are not gonna like this, but one of the things that I thought about doing with each of these images, and I did it with this one, but it isn't actually in the video. This is a live video. Each image, except for this one, is a still image. But what I thought about doing was taking each image and then having AI animated a little bit, but I didn't, because I was like, if I use any single bit of AI in the video, people will fucking burn the entire thing down. So I thought that was something that I may do, but stuff like this is my favorite type of editing thing to do, kind of syncing this up with the music. It's one of those songs that you can do insane stuff with, so.
He would make sure this didn't happen.
This was really hard, though, and time-consuming. Like, my God.
To an extent, which is much more than the burden of the noble act of not revealing it to them.
Drafty Pack said, good boy. That's crazy.
He would make sure this didn't happen.
Good choice. Not a fan of the AI, huh? I love this. By the way, the AI, I tried one image and it did look good. Like, it kind of looked good, to be fair. I'd have been chastised, though. People would have fighting and just unsubscribed.
If you are chosen as the levy, you'll be gained chain armor for the mission at hand. Our battle plan when coming at the Kingdom of Rain from a scouting report given by our current acting captain of the Knights of the Vale. We will cross the bridge that they have, take a left, go around a small wall that they have into their base.
True.
We assume that most of the things are underground.
True.
Which requires going down some ladders. All of this will be by surprise.
And I thought about, you know, the transition. Speaking of the transition, I thought about immediately going, you know, where they're sneaking up above. I thought about going immediately into, you know, the whole fight and everything, but I wanted a little bit more build up to it. So that's why it's kind of silent and everything.
Approach.
Because I feel like this video is filled with a lot of music, but at this point, sometimes I'm like, I wanted to try out, okay, let's do some silence. Let's have some silence and then throw a couple Brams in there, you know what I mean?
They can see us, then you make battle cries.
What you looking for?
I'm sorry. I'm not looking for anything. Honestly, I'm just looking for people to talk to.
The trap door, dude.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
You go into a locked door.
Huh?
You see an opened locked door and just go in. That's where you tried to dig into here. That's kind of weird.
No.
Or jacket attack up there.
Over here. You want me to show you?
Oh, I almost just hit the stop streaming button. Oh my gosh. Hold on, chat.
I don't know what that was.
Oh, I almost hit the stop streaming button. Whew, that was close.
I just was like looking for.
Jacket attack is the individual who died to the poisonous stew earlier in the video and then almost died falling from Super Obama's tunnel all the way up to, what is it called? Hilltop's iron place. So
For you, apparently, I guess, if you own this place.
Who are you with?
I was with Hilltop before basically everybody got off. I'm the last
our drip is so sick.
Person currently online, I guess. I think with my the official Hilltop title, but
This is like one. That's one of my favorite shots of all time.
I
thought Gorg was on.
Gorg was on for a bit, but he had to get off.
Jack sounds so jolly and innocent.
So kind of doing my last little rounds of.
He does. He's just like hanging out, doing his thing.
And then heading back home, logging off, and getting on tomorrow for the last session. Or no!
They all get stuck on the trap door. Like,
We're all stuck on each other.
I wish I had footage of this right here. Because you can barely hear it, and I don't think that most people are going to notice it because you're paying attention to what's going on in front of you. But in the background, you can hear Jerma trap jacket attack. He's like, get in here, it'll be safe. You have to listen for it.
Oh, yeah, come here. Come here.
Build up around it. Is it fully,
Like, bro.
Build up.
Hey guys, what's up?
By the way, I love that from that's Zeppel that says that. I'm the first over the wall. That's kind of awesome.
Hey guys, what's up?
But then everybody in Rivervale gets played right here. Everybody gets played. And Jerma gets away.
Yeah, we're just being friendly here.
Jerma was to get away and flee the scene. However, one individual was not so fortunate.
Oh, man. Jacket Attack had such a rough experience up to this point.
This is somebody from
over here.
This is not somebody.
Oh, that's an interesting little bit. Amnesia Joe said that he would give rewards to the first person over the wall. So that's why Zeppel said that. Nice little tidbit of lore there.
Kill them all the same. They've seen what we've done.
No, wait, no, I promise.
Sorry,
I'm
Jack.
just exploring.
Could someone axe that log, please?
Yeah, axe that log real quick. I'm sorry it had to be this way. You know? Could have been.
Two innocents, by the way.
Okay, down.
Jacket Attack is trying his best, too.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention.
Oh, you got him?
This wasn't the only individual that got killed. There was another person that showed up named Ninja, and they murdered him as well. So they murdered 2 people. They murdered 2 people in this. Rivervale was evil. Rivervale was evil.
All right,
Rest in peace.
Edgeweedy is evil.
Everyone out.
Jagged Attack didn't deserve that.
Every person we can. We're going to Cornucopia and killing them all. Is that understood?
R.I.P. Jagged Attack.
Okay.
Understood.
Go back to raid point. Everyone go back to raid point.
Rivervale had looted mostly everything in Rain's possession and set their kingdom ablaze on their way out.
So it's such an
Amnesia Joe
insane,
would set his
insane
sights on a civilization
shot.
that was not too far away. However, they seem to be having a problem of their own, having imprisoned Big Papa Wrangler's right-hand man.
I wish that J-Max had more, like, important moments because he is funny, bro. He's so funny. He says some funny stuff.
Who's gonna deal with this? I was just told, like, just recently.
Was it RJax or JMax? There's like, somebody has already confused me for somebody.
So if this isn't clear in the video, but essentially what happens is Bunny runs across Wooderhorse at some point, and Wooderhorse, Germa had been murdered, well, not murdered, I guess. He'd been killed for trespassing in the Bastion, and that was some, in the video, obviously, time goes very fast, but it was probably an hour, at least maybe 30 minutes, I don't know how long before this incident, but Bunny and Wooderhorse cross paths, and Wooderhorse is like, I don't know how J-Max's name gets thrown in there, maybe because it's kind of similar to Germa, but J-Max gets accused of affiliation with Germa, and Wooderhorse tells that to Bunny, and Bunny comes in here and imprisons J-Max without really telling anyone, if that's right, Bunny, from my understanding. You just imprison J-Max, and J-Max is like, what the hell? I didn't do anything.
I was even
J-Max.
there. They have no proof.
The accusation came from Wooderhorse.
Who the heck is Wooderhorse? Did they say this in chat?
Yeah, the furious typing
No,
is crazy.
I met them. Just like a moment ago.
It's 5 a.m. for me. Oh my God,
I'm
Felly.
here for a tour, and now I'm being accused of murder. And you guys are feeding me soybean pie. My testosterone's gonna go straight to the floor thanks to this. I'm gonna be balding in no time.
Yeah, true salutes.
Being this and freaking give me estrogen. Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Sorry, the accusation is that
Wooderhorse outside. He's outside at the door, Bunny.
J-Max is innocent.
Well,
He was there.
Hold
on.
Okay. This is a nightmare. So,
He says, yo.
It's a case of mistaken identity. Okay.
Also, I want to say that it is extremely cool that Cornucopia has a prison, or like a prison cell, and it's in a very cool spot too. I like it a lot.
Okay. So what happened was when our base was raided, a person was visiting our base and mistook a Germa for J-Max and told us that J-Max was involved when he wasn't.
The reasoning behind J-Max imprisonment is that after Rivervale attacked Rain,
See me TP in
Germa
there
had
to
escaped all the way to the
Alicia
Bastion
Joe.
and was killed for stealing.
So this one to me does feel a little bit abrupt because this is an important death, but once again, I don't have footage of this. I don't have footage of Germa crawling around in the Bastion, so it's hard to make a build up to it. Or running around or the PvP, so that's what kind of sucks about it.
Kingdom is reign. Their leader.
J-Max had been mistakenly mixed up with the name Germa somewhere along the way, but after clearing the air, Korn released J-Max from his cell to go home. But there was one slight issue.
Yeah, no soybean pie.
This is ominous as shit, honestly. Like with this music, it's pretty ominous, and then J-Max, who's that? Can you guys let me back in? And then you can hear somebody who's in J-Max's room in the background laughing too.
Hey, come back out here for a second. Hey guys. Hey guys. Can I be let in the castle?
Good point, Oculus, honestly.
No. No harm. No harm. No harm. This is not, oh my gosh, we are not coming to attack.
What do you guys want?
You didn't get
At least stop ringing the bells.
You guys got raided earlier.
We?
Amnesia Joe was there when Bastion got raided.
Yeah, we were just trying to offer aid, dude.
Hey, question: were you the guys who took out?
It's true, Noculus.
Rain, like Rain's base.
We had a skirmish with them, but they attacked first.
So there's a little bit. I think I remember maybe Joe elaborates on that a little bit more, or tells another lie. But once again, this is a spot where my footage wasn't great with sound, so it was a little bit more convoluted. But essentially, Joe comes up to Cornucopia and says, "I heard y'all got raided," and Cornucopia's like, "Who the hell told you that? Obviously not." And then Joe and company sit outside of Cornucopia for like a while. Why are you reacting to your own thing? We're a react streamer now, Kaisuke. And then I'm going to do another reaction of me reacting to this. So, reaction galore. It's meta, though. But, so then Joe and company sit outside of Cornucopia for like a while. Like it's daytime in this, and then they sit outside of Cornucopia for even a longer time until it's nighttime. And it's kind of funny to think because, like, they're not leaving. And, like, they're very persistent on staying outside of Cornucopia. And several times, the Cornucopians are like, hey, you guys can go chill in the tavern if you want. Like, the little tavern right there. They're like, you can go chill in the tavern or you can go. And they mention it several times, but Joe and company are not budging. Like, they are not doing it until eventually Joe's like, all right, like you guys can head out, quote unquote. So it kind of, I don't know if that set off any red flags in anybody from Cornucopia, obviously not, but you know, that would be an interesting thing maybe that they should have picked up on. It is very sus looking. What's up, Nate? Rivervale for the win.
Projects you have or whatever.
W Kaisuke.
For an hour or two, because we don't got much.
Oh, yeah, Navari said that. I said, how did you hear about that? The only one who is either the one who did it or the culprit who told you.
What is happening?
We all are just raining
No, not the soybeans.
Not the soybeans.
It's our tradition. It's our tradition. We give life to our visitors.
Yeah, Hoplights in the chat, who is Amnesia Joe, said the original plan was the red wedding theme, which I think is sick. I wanted to work a way to call it in there. You called it the red helping, which is dope. Obviously, it kind of didn't work out that way, but the red helping would have been so sick if you guys would have went in there and kind of helped them do stuff and then all of a sudden turned around and killed all of them. Red wedding is crazy.
They throw you in jail.
Yeah,
The pies, please get on my house.
I'm gonna be accused of that. What is this?
Jail, I'm allowed to make jokes about it.
Things were friendly between the two groups, but Corn would not allow Rivervale to enter their keep, so Joe requested a meeting with Cornucopia leadership.
See, like, it's
and sent
nighttime and they've been chilling that entire time.
Party home.
Well, I still want to have my meeting with you, but I don't think my people need to really be here anymore.
I gotta
'cause it's
pee again
not as
real
bad
quick.
as I thought, so
the
you guys can go home, okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty
That's okay.
badly.
Okay.
The king was shown inside the town and led to their amazing new town hall that had recently been constructed. The leadership of the two civilizations got acquainted with each other as they hadn't much of a previous relationship. Although, the people of Cornucopia were unaware of just how intimate they would become. And yet, there was another king who had his sights set on the Cornucopians, albeit for different reasons.
Our enemy falsely imprisoned one of our dwarves and threatened to kill him, which gives us just right to wipe them out. So we're gonna go and beat the out of the Cornucopia. Oh, excuse me. We're gonna beat up the Cornucopia, burn their town to the ground, and kill everybody inside. Now we're gonna leave you out. Alright, settle down. Settle down.
The Dwarven king had recruited the people of the obelisk to aid in this conflict. Tim, Gremlingo, and Slotch, as leaders of Ashmore, agreed to fight under the pretense that Corn and Rain were co-conspirators.
I want to go back really quickly to, actually, I'll just keep
The
going.
coalition was
Never mind.
not privy to the fact that at this very moment, an attempt was already being made.
We do. Once we set up, we immediately put a farm down, and we have crates full of grain.
This is so, that's so crazy. Like, that is so sick, dude. That's so sick. I'm glad Plague was recording for this, because this is such a great, like, POV.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, all of this was happening while Ashmore and Dwarves conspiring together. Yeah, Corn is like, it really was over for Corn. Corn was so screwed. Poor Corn, people.
Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for.
Oh my gosh.
That's so insane looking. Now, the one thing to take note is, I think what screws Rivervale here is that they were very spread out right here. Like, they were very spread out. Of course, they were kind of outnumbered. Like, Cornucopia had a lot of people, but they were very spread out when they began the battle.
How do I use this?
I mean, you're technically in it, I guess.
That's just insane.
No privacy, it seems. You have peacocks.
It's to see if it's occupied.
Yuki's like, what the hell?
What are you?
Oh, is everyone here? Is everyone?
Yeah,
you guys
who
all
are
here?
you?
So interesting of like trying to figure out what the fuck, like what?
Crash.
Yeah, your mic's muted.
How do you get up the wall?
Mic's not working.
Is everyone here? What?
Yes.
Do you need more brown?
Oh, okay.
See, like right here, Yuki runs outside of the walls, and that's what gets Yuki killed. But everybody else spreads out kind of a little bit. Blake's got still the Gamma but a plate helmet on. By the way, W swings here. So it's like all over the place, and you can't tell who is who, and Plague's out here chunking B grenades from the back. But it's so hard to tell who's who. I don't think that Rivervale had any iron plate individuals in the war party, so plate is makes you tanky, especially if you're a blackguard. It becomes a serious issue. Crazy. It's also hard to know what exactly you're supposed to shoot this entire time. I don't know what I'm supposed to be focusing on. There is a way to have colored tabards in Oculus. It's something that we're thinking about doing for the next event. I did cut that off. That was a crazy statement, Joe.
Where's Yuki? Where's food?
Someone fucking heal me, please.
Where are you?
Rush, behind!
Rivervale was completely outmatched and killed one by one as they retreated over the walls. With their 8 men...
Out of all the texture issues, this is the most perfect texture issue I've ever seen in my entire life.
Rivervale was completely outmatched and killed one by one as they...
That is a lumberjack texture, and it randomly would appear on some people, and it looks like blood on the face, which is just awesome.
Retreated over the walls, with their 8-man raiding party being dwindled down to only 2 individuals left. Sir Reginald Duff and Amnesia Joe. They both fled the scene as Cornucopia regrouped to figure out what was going on. They were largely victorious in their defense, but amidst the skirmish they had lost Yuki, who was consistently voted as a council member to lead the town.
By the way, that was a crazy track. You're cracked as fuck.
They spent the rest of the day mourning their beloved leader and calming their nerves, but they had no idea what was coming for them on the horizon.
That right there is one of my favorite shots of all time. Like, them lining up like that is so perfect. I almost chose a side shot of them coming across, which would have been cool too, maybe with some sound effects of them sailing, but one of my favorite things of all
Mourning their
time.
beloved leader and calming their nerves, but they had no idea what was coming for them on the horizon.
And also because they imprisoned me for 2 seconds.
Because they imprisoned, or they had imprisoned J-Mac.
Before we go, and ladies, I have never been prouder to serve along any one of any of the fights I've been in my life. It warms my heart that you are all here today to kill these fucking people. Let's go. Glory to the obelisk.
I love this pregame speech.
For the dwarves and the bears. Let's go kill these guys.
We're gonna have to be quiet.
I love that they're all screaming and they're not even there. They're like, okay, now we have to be quiet. I keep saying that this entire video is insane. I love it. W-Noculus. Salutes. I wish I had some better shots of like the pre beforehand, but that shot right there like is the most insane thing of all time.
Howard. Okay,
Like from the rain to the silence and you can hear the grass footsteps to where it pans to cornucopia is just like crazy. I wish that I had a better sound effect for running. Also, I'm sorry I paused it and talking so much, but do you guys feel like it's kind of like a Star Wars kind of song? That's how I feel. That's how it feels to me, this song right here. You guys let me know if you feel the same way. Not this part specifically, but when it starts in. I did not participate in the vid, Beast Gaming. Order 66 vibes. I could see it. And I had another POV of this, but I didn't hit the record button on my second PC. So I had another shot of on my main computer, I was on the backside watching them run up, and then on my second computer, I was inside Cornucopia looking at that wall, but I just forgot to hit record on that one. So it's stuff like that that just sucks. Being evil is so fun. That's a crazy statement.
I will fucking slaughter you. Get that motherfucker. Get that motherfucker.
Fun fact, that was friendly fire. Big Tim, Papa? Why did I say Big Tim? I tried to mix Papa and Tim. But Big Papa gets killed by one of his own.
They're inside. They're inside.
And that's AESD, who was a part of Hilltop, who said that. You'll never take me alive.
Get the bombs and burn it!
Fantastic yelling.
The people
dude.
of Gorn were slaughtered one after the other, as some locked themselves in rooms while others fled the city entirely. The alliance of the dwarves and bear people was too great for Cornucopia to overcome.
Give me this obelisk.
After they had taken control of the entire town, they took a couple of hostages. One
Yeah,
of which was a
Papa's
currently
voice
elected
is just
leader
crazy.
that they killed. And the
Shout out
other,
Gwynedd.
a citizen of Gorn they used to open locked chests where valuable materials were kept. Other civilizations caught wind of the Cornucopia massacre, and people from factions like the Rivervale and Triumvirate temporarily abandoned their homes to seek refuge at the Bastion from the overwhelming force of the fascist dictator and the Obelisk cult. Super Obama and Reign members returned to find their hideout in ruins with all their belongings pilfered by Rivervale. Consequently, in a fit of rage, the remaining bandit members desecrated and terrorized anyone they could.
Yeah, so Super Obama and I think it might have been Testiculus or Zombiezilla. I'm not exactly sure who it was, but they went around just like killing and burning and desecrating stuff. Like they went to Rivervale and desecrated a couple graves. Then they killed Felly at the garden, but then revived Felly and tried to kill Felly again. And then Felly got away the second time. And then they went to Ashmore here. This is Ashmore, and that's Colin right there, who was a Ashmore leader. And they killed Colin. They gave him a ultimatum. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it was Test, Obama, and Reese. And so he basically they went around and just ravaged things, which reminds me, by the way, that one of the things that did happen, speaking of desecrating graves, but I don't know that the Rivervalians are aware of this. On the front side of the castle at the Kingdom of Rain was Murmle's grave, and Murmle had, while it was down in the pit, chiseled a tombstone, and the Rivervalians desecrated that tombstone and dug up Murmle's grave while they were ransacking Rain. I don't think they knew at the time. So that was something that happened that I forgot to mention.
Find. The war party that assaulted Cornucopia returned home in their fleet of ships and celebrated their success in the halls of the Dwarf Keep. After many hours of preparing, sailing, and fighting, the people of Ashmore were ready to return to their beloved home.
I'm probably gonna immediately go back. I want to help with the obelisk, and I want to help with Colin.
Yeah,
who
for
might
sure.
be the only two people there, but like, who cares?
Silas, you going with Kyo?
Oh, my bad. Back to Ashmore. Oh.
On day 7, tensions flared between the Remnant Order and the war.
So we can talk about this a little bit. Just like, I'm just so we can get it out of the way. We don't have to go back and forth on it. But like, so many things happened on this day, and it was so convoluted because kind of what a lot of stuff that happened was like people realizing that the session was ending, and then they just wanted to start doing random shit. So it was kind of like a lot of it felt non-serious, and then a lot of it was just would have to connect so many dots for that to happen, and there wasn't like a really good ending, which maybe the same could be argued that this isn't a really good ending. I could understand that as well, but it's hard. I think one of the things that other Civ Sim events do, at least that I've heard, maybe I've heard Ish's event does, is on the last day they get with the world leaders and they decide what they want to do. But on session 7, going into session 8, and session 8 is the last one, I was thinking everything was setting up that all the refugees in the Bastion and everybody, Ashmore and the Dwarves and the Dwarven Fort, it seemed like those two were going to fight each other, but it all just was like, all this random stuff, like, just kind of became a nothing burger, yeah. So I didn't really feel that it was appropriate to add it, and I kind of, at that point, felt like it was really long. I mean, it's an hour and 37, so it is pretty all quick there at the end, but it all happens. Everything, a lot of the things happen there at the end, but I can understand why people would say it feels rushed. I think it's just like a combination of things of like, I would say the one thing that I looking back, I can understand, because I didn't feel that when I was editing it, but watching it in the premiere and then watching people's reactions, as I was watching the premiere of the video last night, I was like, okay, yeah, this actually does feel like it's moving fast. Like, I can't believe the video's already almost over. It's an hour and 37 minutes long, and I was like, dang, we're already, like, it's about to end. So I totally get that, but the one thing that I would probably go back in there and add is the duel between Joe and Torch. Although Joe's Joe's FOV, field of view, is just crazy. You do not want to get into 1v1 with Joe, so
party that destroyed
that was kind of my thinking behind it.
The leaders of both Ashmore and the Dwarves traveled to the Bastion to explain themselves to not only the Paladins, but the refugees that resided within the fort from many different
that FOV
civilizations.
trust.
They ultimately came to a shaky peace that certainly had its hiccups along the way. But the Bear people returned to Ashmore to reside with the obelisk for the time being. Draws and others were able to rebuild the garden to its former glory so that it would be ready for the next worldwide
I saw the Fall
meeting.
Corn was a big climax.
Big Papa and his cronies spent their day in Penguin God's neutral tavern as they reflected on their cornucopia raid.
I did want to get the neutral tavern in there. I had to get the neutral tavern in there, right? Surely, okay? Right? For the Beebs? Does anybody remember that?
Super Obama and his bandits, with their home destroyed, split up into the wilderness to never be seen again. The Triumvirate returned home to continue their three-headed guild and parkour around their cleverly built town. What was left of Rivervale still remained loyal.
The big issue is not having the complete story. You need extra records from all town. True, Major Winnie.
To Amnesia Joe,
Very true.
but after realizing that the Crowny War made him mad, he decided to give it up. and lived the rest of his days out in a small hut by a lake.
I did like that ending.
The remaining cornucopians came back after fleeing their settlement, and a dwarf named Alindrome gifted a chiseled statue to the citizens as a sign of remorse for murdering 3/4 of their population.
I love this part. This is
Yeah,
awesome.
it's meant to be. Yeah, I'm sorry about killing all of your friends. You know, it's fine, kind of, I guess.
Lastly, that just some guy had been trying to put on a festival for everyone to attend the past few days, but that was thwarted by the chaos that had taken place. The Wandering Scribe was supposed to be on stage with him to sing, but ultimately it was just some guy on the stage left to sing to the world.
As the last 2 minutes, let me hear this up.
Let's hear it. Sing for us. Tell us what's up. I love this, honestly. This is great. Top tier songs, Willie says. Oh. Fantastic. Kind of makes me sad to see it end, honestly. That's my favorite part.
Oh, come on. Oh, God. Sorry.
Oh, come on. Yeah, so that is the Civilization Simulation video. It was a long journey. It was a long journey, and I was honestly kind of sad when it came to an end. I was kind of sad when it came to an end, like I got done editing it, and then it was also sad that when the event actually ended, when everybody was done playing, I had some sorrow as well. So it's kind of an emotional, which is weird. You wouldn't think so, but it is kind of sad. So yeah, we could go and look through some of the comments and laugh about some of those. I wish it went for longer for a whole credits thing. Yeah, well, there's not like a lot of credits, to be honest. Also, I love you put me. Oh, did I put you on two? Did I put you on both of those? Oh no, Reese. There's somebody else named Reese. There's somebody else that's also named Reese. GG, thank you again, Beaver. Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys all for participating too as well. So yeah, thank you guys for being a part of it. I want to make a couple of announcements before we go on to the comments. We'll briefly go through the comments, and then I'm gonna be gone all next week. But I'm gonna be gone all next week, so I won't be streaming next week. But after that, after we come back from Christmas break, I'm gonna be streaming every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Same time as we are tonight. It'll be 6 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. And if you want to keep up with that schedule, hop in the Discord. And then also I'll be putting this VOD. I have a VOD channel now, so it's easier to see some of this stuff. So that's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be getting back to that, and I'm gonna be making some like channel changes. So just stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for anything updated in the Discord. But I hope everyone has a wonderful holiday, and this was a lot of fun to do and very interesting experience. So kind of sad to see it end, but it was a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone coming and hanging out in the stream and watching and all that good stuff. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Awesome story. So hopefully this will go down forever in the history books. It'll forever be there. You can show your family and friends, right? So appreciate all you guys. This is so cool. I'm glad you catch the stream. Thank you, Noculus. Thank you, Ween. Thank you, Super Obama. Merry Christmas to everyone. Thanks, everyone. Engage the holidays. Thank you. Just some guy. Thank you, TR. How many views are you hoping for the video? I don't know. Just as many as it gets, honestly. I don't know what to expect. I honestly don't know what looks good. So happy holidays, Reese. But yeah, we can go through some comments real quick. We can go through these comments briefly, and then I gotta get up early and travel home in the morning. So we're not gonna go too long, but we will go through them and go through some of these. So we'll read some of them. I need to go tomorrow probably when I get where I'm going. I'm gonna go through and like and comment on all of these. Son of a bitch, why do I keep doing that? But yeah, for everybody that's leaving, hope you have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you all, and thank you for participating. So video story is so good for stuff like this. Let's see, 2 people died of bear attack. Let's go investigate fully unarmed and unarmored. Oh, that's funny. See, what do you think about that, Ashmorians? 2 people died of a bear attack. Let's go investigate fully unarmed and unarmored. Throwing some shade. I'm going to pop out now. This will not be the last you see of me. My name will be whispered in hushed tones in the future. All right, we'll see you later, Noculus. Thanks for coming in and hanging out and chatting. Very enjoyable. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Let's see. That's from Villager. This is the most tragic simulated civilization I've seen. Mermal murdered and no one truly finding out who did it. The bandits constantly scheming, leading to half the conflict in the server and just fizzling out with them scattering. Dude, there's me with them. Going entirely unpunished. Cornucopia putting on a tragic Helm's Deep style last stand against crazy tyrants like Papa and Joe, facing impossible odds. Usually see a large coalition of peacekeepers, and somebody said this earlier in stream or something in these videos, but this was medieval as fuck. Bye-bye, me lord. All right, we'll see you later, friendly night. This might be the best. This might be the best statement. This might be the best statement about the entire event that is to be proud of. This was medieval as fuck. That's a hard statement, dude. That statement goes hard. The only ones I was basically rooting for again were the Bastion. So many colorful characters and roleplay from everyone. I wonder how it could have changed if you had Rust Creatures on. Rust Creatures are just too much. It would have been too much lag, honestly. Everyone is incredible suspicious of Super Obama Rain afterwards. There's Fluffer Bub. I decided to light a pig kill next to a wooden wall. Holy shit, the Fluffy Bird. I don't know if you guys have you've probably seen one of Fluffy Bird's videos. Fluffy Bird does some good videos. I got to reply to everyone. Thank you, Fluffy Bird. Thank you to everyone for these nice comments. This video is awesome with amazing editing. Wish I was a part of a social experiment to this extent on such an immersive scale. Shout out. Shout out. Shout out, Angelween. Let's go. W, Angelween. He died a hole in the ground. Did not deserve that. There's Yunin. There's Colin. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is peak vintage story cinnamon right here. Bravo, Beaver. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. There's Maple. Finally, an actually good civilization video. Who is this? We need to find this individual. Just realized I was in this event for a whole 2 days. Somehow completely forgotten about this. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? We're just forgetting that we're in an event? Like, what the hell? Can't be having that. This could be made into an epic with Murmo as the protagonist. I like when people, quote... like, put timestamps and quote stuff, because it just shows, like, they're describing exactly what they like, and that they have a timestamp, so people look forward to seeing that. Absolutely. Absolute fucking cinema, man. Great job. I want to say that it's not just me, editing the video. Like, it's also the players, so every time that something comes up like that, it's also the players for sure. This is so much better than the most convoluted Minecraft experiments. Fascist literally is not fascist. The word itself has lost all meaning. He was a nice fascist, right? Yeah, facts, Reese. Lol, I was just reading that comment section. What's up, Boris the Blade? Hey, it's me. I killed Jerma. There's Mantle. There's Vivi. There's Grim. Come on, Grim. W. Grim. Such a good video. We need more vintage story civilization events. Now, do you guys think that... there's going to be, this is going to sprout a bunch of events to happen? I guess it depends on if it gets like a shit ton of views. Because if it gets like 200 or 300, I would say if it gets like, I mean, this is a lot, but if it got like 400 or 500K views, then I feel like word will spread a lot. Because I've already had like, I had a big YouTuber message me that I need to get back to about doing some animation type stuff, which is sick. Honestly, I thought it was Merv's story last night, passing out to this. Nice video, bro. Any chance you to get more footage from others and stitch another video? I'm gonna continually link POVs, but I don't know if I'll make another video. Possibly, I could make like an analysis video or something. We'll see. There's Mr. Hoplights. There's Ferris. I was just wondering. Oh yeah, it's been so long in the making. Zeppel got lied to. That's so funny. There's Tim. Here's Danger Train. It's funny also seeing people recognize like other characters who were in previous events. Oh, Meme Kid, you're still up 6 a.m. finally day. Holy shit, Meme Kid, you're insane. If you get 700K, it would be like Project Zomboid and how Civ events started there from 5X's. Did 5X is the one who started the Project Zomboid events? That's crazy. I would like to get 700k. That would be sick. Our freaking Discord would be flooded. I just heard there's some stuff you didn't include, like trial by combat. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is. There's just some stuff that just, whether it's good or bad, doesn't get included for another reason. You know, sometimes we make mistakes. No sleep today, meme kid. You're cracked, dude. You're cracked. Janovix. There's Bunny. There's Nate. 2 Powers. The big guy. Great video. Thank you to everyone who took part. There you go. Didn't disappoint. While seeing this and also the common events that were left out just makes you realize how complex this was, like real life. Watching all one sitting. Great video, man. Hope you do more, even though I assume this was a monumental effort. True. Mega. True. There's notes in. Hey, W notes in. Banner group led by Super Mama. Fits. Testicles. Hope you do more. I've been waiting for this. There's Blue Jay. There's Felly. Yeah, so those are lots of comments. I need to reply to all of these. But I have to get up and go because I've got to get up early tomorrow and be traveling home for the holidays. So, with that, I want to say I appreciate everybody. Get you a slice of chocolate cake, meme kid. Let's go. Appreciate all you guys. Appreciate your Reese for subbing as well. And also the Patreon members and the Twitch subscriptions out there. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate everyone who took part in the event and everybody who's been here and been watching everything. So I appreciate you guys, and I hope you all have a 1D. Just have a 1D. Why not? Just have 1D, period. But yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful holiday. Merry Christmas. And hopefully we'll be doing some streaming and some more videos when we get back. So with that, I will see you guys later. Merry Christmas.